Good evening. I would like to call to order the Keizer City Council in regular session. It is Monday, September 16th, 2024, and ask our city recorder to please call roll.
Councilor Reed?
Here.
Councilor Kohler?
Here.
Mayor Clark?
Here.
Council President Starr?
Here.
Councilor Duran?
Here.
Councilor Cross?
Councilor Cross is excused this evening, and for those who are watching at the last meeting and talked about her attending by Zoom, she contacted the city today and said she had connectivity issues, so she will be excused this evening.
And Youth Councilor Lottie Farrar.
All right. And here. All right, thank you so much. If you are able, I invite you to rise and all join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you all so much. It is my pleasure now to go to special orders of business and ask Thais Rodick to join us for the presentation of the Hispanic Heritage Month proclamation. So we'll get a presentation and then I will read the proclamation and present it to the folks, and we'll have one here on display at the city.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, councilors. So for Hispanic Heritage Month, we thought we would do something different. And you can see I'm joined by two fabulous folks here at the table. We have Krista Medrano Fernandez, who is a citizen of Keizer, who's going to share with us her story. And then we're going to go and present some more facts with myself and my vice chair, Benita Picasso. So, Krista?
Hello. Is this on? The light's on.
Red light on, and then
Yes,
pull it
ma'am.
up close so it can
I'm
pick you
close.
up.
Closer?
Yes.
Better? Okay. Perfect. I'm gonna read because I get nervous.
Thank you. You're doing fine.
Okay. My name is Krista Medrano Fernandez, and I am a first-generation immigrant. I am the oldest of 3 children, and I would love to share my story with you. My father was born in Guatemala City, but his family comes from Western Guatemala, a small town called Jutiapa. My mother grew up in a small town with less than maybe 200 people. And she was born in Eastern Guatemala, closer to the Mexican border. And I know that doesn't make sense, but that's how the map sits. So it's south, but east, I guess. Anyway, so my mom was the youngest of 5 children, small town. My grandmother was an elementary school teacher, and my grandfather was actually sugarcane farmer. So my grandmother really, really understood the importance of education and having their kids not be farmers like her husband. Nothing against my grandfather, he was really hardworking, but she wanted more for her kids. So, with her small salary and whatever my grandfather made, growing and selling sugarcane, she sent all her 5 kids to the city to study. I grew up in the city, but when I was in 4th grade, my grandmother passed away. And so we went to live in this tiny, tiny town of maybe at that time, maybe 400 people, had grown a little bit. And to me, that was like a culture shock because I went from living in the city and everybody being very like worried and careful, and maybe because it wasn't safe, to being in such an open and caring and loving environment in this town where like we could leave our home and somebody would make sure that we were fed, whomever. Somebody would make sure that if it was raining, we were taken care of it. If we were playing, we were safe. And so for me, that was like what I believed that a town should be and how they should work together to take care of each one of them, everybody. And so then we moved back to the city, because, we sold the house, whatever. And on June 26th, 1999, my mother, my father, and my two siblings and I moved to the U.S., to Southern California, because, we knew people there, and, we just needed support. It's really interesting coming as an immigrant because you see the U.S. as it's a big country. It's not a secret, it's a really big country. But you see it as this land of amazing opportunity, that, like, if you come here, you can be something better, you can grow and become more, right? And so when we came here, that was the view, that was what we saw. And that's what we gathered, grasped, and took advantage of. And so, I have a master's degree in public administration. My brother's a medical doctor, and my sister's a senior engineer in a nonprofit in the Bay Area. So I like to think that we did take advantage of the opportunities given. But I also like to think that we understand the sacrifices and everything that was given to us, and therefore we like to give back. We do nonprofit, we work through nonprofits, we volunteer and do all that. But anyway, funny thing that, again, I came into Southern California, all my family was there. My family is still out there. But I came to Oregon in 2018. And I always like to say that when I got off the plane, like, it felt true. Like, I came into Keizer and I was like, oh my God, like, this fits exactly what my vision of, like, the place that I want to grow and become better and continue to raise my kid. And so it's funny that, again, Guatemala, it's a jungle, it's a tropical country. There's technically no forests. There's kind of forests, but not like here, right? And so when I came here, it just felt right. It felt like my soul needed to be here. And so it's like, I fit in. This is my people, my space. And so my mom now, she jokes that even when I was in Guatemala, without knowing what the Pacific Northwest looked like she was like, that's where you need to be. Like, I used to say that I wanted to live in the forest, live in a cabin, apparently. But that's where my life was supposed to be, I guess. But anyway. So it's really funny because, like, I've lived in Keizer for, 7 years now. And I feel like this is where I need to be. And this is where I need, despite of, like, yes, I am Guatemalan and very true Guatemalan. And it's like, I feel like the camaraderie and community that Keizer is for me is exactly what will help me create the continued community in my people, my tribe here. So I know it's a very abbreviated version of my story because, everybody has a very long story, but I just wanted to share a little bit of where I came from and how I got to Keizer and how I feel like even now Keizer is helping me grow and become better, and become more me, more Guatemalan, but also very American. So thank you for letting me share my story.
Thank you for sharing. Really appreciate it. And let's give her a round of applause to encourage her and say thank you.
Thank you.
I'll continue just with a brief history. Carrie's not here, so I've got to impersonate my Carrie and the historian. So I'll just
Is the
talk
microphone on?
about the history of Latinos in Oregon. The arrival of Latinos in Oregon began with Spanish explorations in the 16th century. In 1542 through 1543, Juan Rodriguez Cabrillo, sailing from the port of Navidad in Mexico, reached what is today's the California-Oregon state line. Explorations by Spaniards continued with Sebastian Vizcaino's arrival on the Oregon coast in 1602. One of his commanders, Martin de Aguilar, kept a log that contains one of the first written descriptions of the Oregon coast. Vizcaino set out from Mexico in 1602 in search of usable harbors in the mythical city of Quivira. While exploring along the northern California coast, a storm separated Vizcaino and Aguilar ships. Aguilar continued up the coast and is thought to have sighted and named Cape Blanco, thus the name. I'm going to jump ahead, so if we have time here, I know I don't want to take all your meetings, so I'm going to go to the 1960s. As Oregon's Latino population continued to grow during the 1950s and 60s, individuals and organizations worked to improve Latinos' lives in the state. KWRC in Woodburn, for example, began its Spanish radio programming in 1965, offering entertainment and information to the Latino community. The Oregon Council of Churches obtained an Office of Economic Opportunity grant in 1965 and formed the Valley Migrant League to provide social services for Latinos in 6 Oregon communities. Oregon Latinos were engaged in the civil rights movement at every level, and the United Farm Workers of Oregon, established in 1968, worked to improve conditions for Latino farm workers. Moving on to the 21st century, Oregon's Latino population continued to grow. Between 2000 and 2010, the number of Latinos in the state increased by 63%, accounting for 43% of population of growth in Oregon during the decade. The increase was primarily due to an increase in the native-born population, which accounted for 65% of the growth in the Latino population after 2000s. The highest concentrations of Latinos in Oregon in the 21st century has been in towns with historic immigrant populations. 5 cities have majority Latino populations, all of them in traditional agricultural and ranching areas. Jervis with 67%, Boardman 62%, Nisa 61%, Woodburn 59%, and Cornelius 50%. Oregon has 24.3% Hispanics. Of those who identify as Latinos, currently 63% were born in the United States. In Oregon, 85% of Latinos are of Mexican origin, with the remaining 15% primarily from Guatemala, Puerto Rico, Cuba, El Salvador, and the Dominican Republic. Benita?
Yeah. I'm going to take a couple more minutes of your time. As she mentioned, my name is Benita Picasso. And I want to thank you for allowing us to come in and express ourselves here briefly. I am a member of the city of Keizer for the last 17 years. I've lived here with my whole family. So I want to talk about more of, when I think of proclamations like this one, being the Hispanic Heritage Month, I think of the 3 key values that create a very respectful society. That is diversity, equity, and inclusion. Diversity is the recognition of a unique backgrounds and the acknowledgement of our differences. It emphasizes the richness that comes from our experiences and perspectives. Equity, on the other hand, ensures that each individual's needs are met appropriately, recognizing that not everyone requires the same resources or support. It involves adjusting to our approach based on a specific requirement for each person, ensuring fairness and inclusivity. Inclusion, for me, is the active, and the definition is the active process of ensuring that everyone, regardless of their background, has a voice and feels empowered to contribute. It involves inviting individuals to the table and valuing their input decision-making process. Inclusion fosters a sense of belonging and creates an environment where diverse perspectives are not only welcome, but celebrated. Regardless of where we come from, regardless of our ideologies or beliefs, we are more common than what we think. We share vital needs that we all need, such as health, safety, education, housing, and economic security. So today, I am here to represent and to speak on behalf of the Hispanic Heritage Month, and invite all of us to think of those 3 essential values for the city of Keizer and keep them at the front of our conversation anytime we have a celebration like this with leaders of the community. Thank you.
Thank you. And let's give all of our presenters a round of applause of appreciation. So stand by. I'm going to read the proclamation, and then I'm going to present it to you, and we'll have some pictures taken and so forth to help launch this Hispanic Heritage Month. The proclamation reads as follows. Whereas the theme for the 2024 Hispanic Heritage Month observance, as announced by the National Council of Hispanic Employment Program Managers, is Pioneers of Change, Shaping the Future Together. And whereas the theme encapsulates the spirit of innovation, resilience, and unity that define the Hispanic experience. And whereas Yvette Delgado, Senior Diversity and Inclusion Specialist in the Office of Minority and Women Inclusion at the Federal Housing Finance Agency, submitted the winning theme, stating, quote, "The theme recognizes all the Hispanics, Latinos who have been trailblazers and game changers, paving the way for future generations," end quote. And whereas each year Americans observe National Hispanic Heritage Month by celebrating the contributions and importance of Hispanics and Latinos to the United States and those community members whose ancestors came from Spain and Mexico and nations in the Caribbean, Central America, and South America. And whereas we, the people of the city of Keizer, recognize and celebrate the many contributions and achievements of our Hispanic and Latino community members to our city and our region, and we dedicate ourselves to working together to address the challenges that still face Hispanic Oregonians in equity and access to the prosperity of Oregon. Now, therefore, I, Kathy Clark, Mayor of the City of Keizer, together with the Keizer City Council assembled in regular session, do hereby proclaim September 15th through October 15th, 2024, as Hispanic Heritage Month, and encourage all the people of Keizer to join in this observance and celebration. Hispanic Heritage Month. I also want to express my appreciation to our Community Diversity Engagement Committee for working to bring presentations for each of these Heritage Months so we can learn more than the proclamation itself, but also the context in which these proclamations are meaningful to the people of our community. So thanks again to Thais and the group from the Community Diversity Engagement Committee. Thank you so much. We will now go to committee reports, and we're going to lead off with Matt Lawyer to talk about parks and our Gold Star Memorial.
All right, good evening, Madam Mayor and Council and staff. For the record, Matt Lawyer, Keizer Parks Chair. Super excited to be here tonight. It's been a long time. I gotta see if I can remember how to do this, but I want to start off first, unfortunately I wasn't able to be here for the recognition of our friend Carol Dorfler. When I first met Carol, we had sort of a, let's say, agree to disagree relationship, and over the years cultivated something that ended up being something very special, that actually started with some projects down at Wallace House Park. And Wallace House, probably about 5 or 6, 7 years ago, Chief Teague and I looked at that space and put a drone up over the top of the park, and we counted probably no less than 10 or 15 homeless camps in that park at the time. And in those years since, that park has completely transformed, and now the daily occupants are a number of deer that occupy that space on a very regular basis. Why I bring that up is I think that's a little bit of the legacy that Carol brought, and her encouragement to always try to make things really special in our parks, particularly along the West Keizer neighborhood area, Wallace House, Palmacia. Palmacia was almost forgotten. In fact, when we were doing the master plan, it was considered to be taken off. And so I just want to take a special moment to recognize her and miss her. She was a special person, and I want to segue that into a little bit of a talk about Wallace House. And so I'm going to ask Councilor Kohler to maybe chime in with your discretion, Madam Mayor. But just 2 weekends ago, we had a really big and amazing project. And what I can tell you is from the Parks lens, our staff got everything ready. Josh from Parks Department was there at 6:30 in the morning, making sure we had everything we needed. We transported trailers over there, and within a very, very short period of time, we were able to do some amazing work. And if it's okay, Madam Mayor, I'd like Councilor Kohler to kind of talk a little bit about it, because it was a massive effort that Councilor Kohler was able to sort of bring. And I'll offer my perspective along the way as well, so.
Councilor Kohler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Every year, members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, in conjunction with the annual Day of Service, National Day of Service, we have picked a project to do, and this year we picked a project of Wallace House. And we had about 130 to 140 people there. We cut ivy, we cleared trails, we spread bark dust, we did all kinds of stuff down there, really. Cleared some, Doug Shepherd from Doug's Dirt Work helped us bring 3 big excavators, and we cleared some areas so that people can actually go down to the river and enjoy fishing or wading or whatever else they want to do right there. A few years ago, that would not have been possible. There have been a lot of projects that lead up to what we did now. We didn't do a lot of clearing in the upper and lower part of the park, but in the area near the river and the lowest part, we did quite a bit of work. And we planted a few plants,
125, I think.
just a few, 125, okay.
A bunch.
But for me, it was a special thing to do because we involved families getting out and doing good for other people. And Mr. Lawyer and his family were there along with Mayor Clark and Councilor Reed, and I appreciate their support in this particular project. It was fun to do. We had a great, Herc Rental donated the machines. I contacted a couple companies and they said, yeah, we can get you one of those machines. It'll be $4,000 for the day. And it's like, okay, let me think about that. But Herc stepped up. I very much appreciate what they do, and they've done that many years for us. So, again, Robert Johnson and some of the other folks with the parks really helped lay it all out, what they wanted to have done, and we did our best to accomplish that for them.
Thank you, Councilor Kohler. You know, and I'm going to highlight it. It transformed that park, and I think we've continued to add to that. Last year, we did a beautiful pollinator garden just on the south side of the park that is now complemented by a beautiful trail that was completed by an Eagle Scout recently. So much so that actually I forgot that it was there, and people were planting a tree in the old path. And I said, no, you can't plant there. And they're like, oh, no, it's gone. It's okay. I'm like, oh, yeah, you're right. But the cool thing is we accidentally carried the theme of the pollinator garden through the upper part of that park, and where they put the hog fuel down, we carried the sticks that sort of border either side of the hog fuel. And so it's a very welcoming space. And I think Councilor Kohler probably did the most boring crayon version of the demonstration of this thing, because it really did completely transform that entire park to a thing that's unrecognizable compared to where it was even in its previous glory just 3 weeks ago, right? That park is continuing to be just a real gem of a natural park. And I know Robert's really excited. He found a space for a bench that he's really, really excited to put out there. And, you know, Mark Callier got to pick up a tree with a tractor and drive it around, and he thought that was just wonderful. So, anyways, I'm very thankful to all the volunteers out there. It was probably one of the most well-organized efforts we've done in a really long time. And I would say that the city probably gained tens of thousands of dollars worth of work in about a 5-hour period. So just thank you to all the volunteers. Thank you to everybody. And again, huge shout out to the park staff for getting everything ready. They've made all these projects turnkey, which is wonderful, because I hate trying to find shovels at 6 o'clock in the morning. So super thankful for that. All right, moving on. So last week, we did our annual parks tour. This is something that I think is so much fun, an opportunity for the Parks Department and the Parks Board, as well as the City Council, to go out and kind of check in on what we're doing. And I think that you hear from it from here, but actually getting out in the space is super important. We started off at Keizer Rapids Park. The first thing we looked at was the new turf field project. It really is special. When you step foot on that, in that space, you can hear the future of what's going to happen out there. You know, it was exciting to hear from the Public Works Director just how excited he was about how clean the project was. I think he said something to the effect of it was the cleanest project he's ever had in Public Works, and so that was super cool. Side note, it's also really fun to watch him get really excited about dump trucks with skids on them instead of wheels and stuff like that. That was at the groundbreaking, and it's very rare that I've ever seen the Public Works Director get really excited about a piece of equipment. So I'll pay for that later, I'm sure. And then we went over and checked out the pickleball courts. I made a joke, the first tournament should be the Vlasic Classic. Apparently that's taken. Regardless, that's going to be a cool opportunity there. For those of you that don't know about pickleball, it's actually not a pickleball, it's a ball. It's a slowed down version, smaller version of tennis, and it makes a little bit more noise than tennis. But it's cool to watch. They're short games, and it's an opportunity for people to get out there and do some fun tournaments and stuff like that. From there, we went to Keizer Little League fields. We haven't been out there for quite a number of years. And so we kind of stayed up on the upper part near the concessions, but it had been a while since the Parks Board and the City Council had been there. And so we went down there and kind of checked that area out. Talked about some themes that I think that have been reoccurring, particularly around parking and drainage and so on and so forth. It's all things we're aware of. But again, we had the foresight to make sure to get that in the master plan so that those items become grant eligible, whereas before they weren't. And it's a treasure to be able to have the historical memory of why things are the way they are there. You know, we're moving forward. It's going to take a little while, but good to be able to visit that complex. And then we finished out at PSC Ryan J. Hill Park. If you don't know where it's at, it's right between sort of Panera and Keizer Permanente over in Keizer Station. That has been, it's a beautiful park, and I think one of the things that we're looking forward towards doing there in the near future, hopefully in the next 12 to 18 months, is to replace the existing fountain with a Gold Star Memorial Monument. And so, for those that aren't familiar with what that is, it's a monument to honor the sacrifices of the families who lost service members while on active duty and service to their country, specifically in the service, in combat type situations and other situations where active duty took their life. This has had unanimous support across the board from the council, from the Parks Board, and I'm very thankful for that. The community has gotten behind it. I put a thing on Facebook, I think it was maybe Thursday or Wednesday last week, and within 24 hours, we got an additional $2,000. So the money raised went from $3,700 to $5,700 in 24 hours, and I didn't really try. And so I want to hopefully continue that momentum. It's going to cost $150,000 for this to actually be put in place. We're going to save some money by volunteers going in there and helping remove the existing fountain and doing the things that we do as a community to really make projects very successful. But if you're interested, you can go on Facebook to the Gold Star Family Memorial Monument, Keizer, Oregon. That's on Facebook. And it'll direct you to woodywilliams.org/monuments/Keizer-or.html. Shauna Fennison is the mother of Ryan J. Hill. He is the only Keizer resident to lose his life in combat since Keizer became a city. And she's very passionate about this. And I think as somebody that has experienced those losses, not in my own family, but with some of my colleagues throughout my career, I don't think there's a better way for Keizer to put ourselves on the map to be the first community in the state of Oregon to actually get this done. I know we can do it. It's just a matter of time, pulling up our shoelaces and actually getting it done. So if you're interested in contributing, if you want to talk about fundraising, let me know. I can stay awake a couple more hours each night. It's not a problem. This is that important. So I'm going to pause there. If there's any questions, glad to answer those.
All right, thank you very much. I'm going to press pause on that because I'm going to check in with the city manager. We talked about this briefly. What are the city's next steps in moving this project forward? Are there any approvals or other steps that we need to take care of to make sure that we can proceed?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. The last action that was taken at the City Council meeting after endorsement was given by the Parks Committee, was that the staff was to come back with a recommendation to endorse that, and I believe we have that scheduled for the next agenda. And that way we can publicly endorse it and say, go to this site, and the city of Keizer is backing this.
And so we have then, with them, we have officially designated the site because when you're doing fundraisers, you have to have that space secured. And so it's my understanding that that will be the last step to secure that space for that purpose. And then they can go and apply for other funding streams as well. They being the chief organizers for this, but in partnership with the city of Keizer. Would that be a fair statement?
Yes, and there are park grants available for veteran memorials too, from the state of Oregon.
Okay.
I've applied for before.
So that would make us eligible then to apply for those as well, once this, that action is done. And then will there also be an opportunity to then put it onto our city website and then link back to the fundraising and additional information? Is
Yep.
that okay? So fantastic. Thank you so much to everybody who has brought this project and the opportunity to honor the families of people in our military service who have given their lives for our country. We're honored to be able to do this. So thank you for that. Appreciate it.
My pleasure.
Looking forward to it. Any questions on the Parks report? All right.
Let me
Thank
off
you very
easy.
much.
Cool. Thanks.
All right. Is there anyone else here to do a committee report before we go to public comment? Okay. We will then go to public comment. This time is provided for citizens to address the council on any matters other than those scheduled for a public hearing. We have no public hearing scheduled for this evening. And I would like to invite up Chief Blanco from the Keizer Fire District to come and give us a monthly report. Always good to see you, Chief.
Thank you. Appreciate you having me. Good evening to the council. That doesn't sound like it's on, but I think it is. Isn't it?
Pull it a little closer and then we'll make sure.
Oh, there we go.
Okay, perfect,
The
yes.
button wasn't on.
Yes.
Thank you for having me. So I just have some monthly information as far as our call volume, and then some general information from the fire district, and then a little information from some of our community risk reduction partners. So I'll go ahead and start with the calls for August were 566. So year to date, we're at 4,873. We had 6 fire calls, 447 EMS calls, 43 service calls, and 70 fire alarm or false alarm or CO calls for the month of August. And again, it's trending up, so we continue to increase in amount of calls. The fire district is having their open house on October 12th from 6 to 8 p.m. Anne Marie Storms, our deputy fire marshal, is managing that. I'm sure she's reached out to Keizer as well as Keizer Police for their slots on their tables. So we look forward to having you and seeing you guys there. The Defensible Space Grant shared with Keizer, Almsville, and Marion County. Marion County has hired an individual named Eric Burham to be the supervisor of that. The number hasn't changed. It is 971-304-5353. And again, that's if you have any type of debris or overhanging limbs or branches or too much firewood, and you need to make sure you have a safe clearance around your house, you can call them and they can come and assess it and possibly help you remove it. Our next car seat clinic for child seats is going to be in November. I believe it's the second Tuesday of the month, and it's generally from 3 to 6 p.m. Any questions on any of that stuff so far? So a question.
Councilor Reed?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The open house, you said, I had it on my calendar as the 7th. Did you say the 7th or did you say the 12th?
The 12th.
Okay.
October 12th, from 6 to 8.
So
Okay.
Saturday?
I'm sorry?
So it's been moved to Saturday?
Now you're gonna make me look into my
Yeah.
brain here.
I didn't want to call you out, but
No,
a lot of
do
people are
it.
listening.
You are correct, Councilman.
Oh.
It is Monday, October 7th, from 6 to 8.
Great, thank you.
No, thank you for clearing that for me.
Okay.
Any other questions? Some general information. We've returned 5 of our firefighters who were deployed to the Rail Ridge Fire, which is just south of Dayville, east of Prineville. And we had 1 deployed at the Bowman Well Fire, which was in Christmas Valley, east of Rosebrook. So everyone is back now from their fires. There's approximately 100 and something fires still going on in Oregon. So we're not quite closed the door yet on those, but some of them are going to be out of the areas where they're no harm and they just let them burn out. And other ones, the forest will, Department of Forestry will manage those. And then if they need assistance, they'll go through the State Fire Marshal to other departments to be deployed. In regards to the Community Risk Reduction Program, we've put together a pretty good list of partners that are helping with us. And a lot of those can be kind of due to our connections with the Chamber of Commerce who are here today. So they provided us lots of people who we were able to reach out to and provide us some partners. And one of the partners that we have tied with is Salem Health and Hospital Clinics. They are putting on a fair on Saturday, September 28th, and it's a fall prevention fair. So if you have individuals or if you know individuals who continue to fall, they may be able to provide them some information that can assist them in and coming up with some techniques and some possibly resources to help them minimize or eliminate that portion. So that's one of our partners. We're happy to have them and happy to promote their fair that's coming up. We're also working on establishing a pet foster during an emergency situation. So if they have pets, cats, dogs, whatever it may be, whether it's a police or whether it's a fire emergency, we're looking for fosters that could possibly take the animals and hold them for a time being until whatever resolve comes with the family who was put in that emergency. And we have not come up with a neighborhood campaign date. I do have a meeting with one of the neighborhood associations on Thursday, I believe, and a few more coming. So as we move forward, we'll try to get a good date for that to be able to campaign. And if worst comes to worst, we'll be doing case by case. So we'll just do a house. If they know someone who needs our assistance, then we'll go in there and do a safety inspection of their house, ensure that some of those parameters are met, and then use our resources to move forward on anything they may need. I think that's all I have, unless you have more questions, or any questions.
Any questions? A huge thank you, and we're looking forward to the open house. That's always a fun event, and so many community partners there. Earlier, Matt Laurier was talking about Carol Dorfler. She was one of the founders of a group called CARES, which is Keizer Animal Rescue Emergency Services, with the idea during emergencies like what happened in '96 with the flood, where do people take their pets? So as you were talking about this emergency pet foster, it seems like a very fitting ongoing effort to make sure that our fur babies are also taken care of in the event of an emergency. And I love the creativity with this. So as it's being developed, and people are interested in being part of putting that together, should they contact you?
That's correct. Just contact me, and then we'll put the resources together and find those people who can help us with that.
Okay, I love it. All right, anything else? Okay,
Thank you.
thank you so much. I always
Thank
appreciate
you,
you
Councilman
coming.
Reed, for
Thank you.
clarifying that for me. Everybody would have showed up that day, I wouldn't know what to do, so.
Before I go to the next person, I do want to read a note that was left for the city council. And if this is from Eric Razor and Victoria Meredith, addressed to the city council, just wanted to take a moment and thank you all for your continued support to Soaring Heights Recovery Homes. And I believe this was left after we waived the fees for their second annual fundraising dinner. And as a Keizer nonprofit, they can do one here at the Civic Center for a discounted rate. But because of the importance of the work that they're doing for people who are in recovery for long-term success, the city council waived the fees for that to be a sponsor. So happy to do it, and it was very kind for them to leave that note of appreciation. What I'd like to go to now is Corey Filato and Tammy Levin to talk about Leadership Keizer. Okay.
Good evening. I'm Corey Florida with the Keizer Chamber of Commerce, also living in Keizer. Can you introduce yourself?
I'm Tammy Levin, and I lived in the city of Keizer as well.
Tammy's also the chair of our Keizer Network of Women, and she sits on the board for the Keizer Chamber as the secretary. We are here this evening to chat a little bit about Leadership Keizer. We kicked off our first cohort last spring, and we served about 18 individuals. Jacob Espinoza, which is a fellow McNary grad with myself, and we kind of formed this curriculum for Leadership Keizer to be really engaged with everything that's happening here. And let me go back a little bit. Jacob was a really big part with Salem Leadership, or Leadership Salem, which formed into the McLaren Leadership Program. And I kind of was really interested in it when I took over as the executive director. And I told him we got to do something special for Keizer. So we sat down, we wrote this curriculum together, and we kicked it off last spring. And 15 individuals graduated from the cohort. And we got to visit places like these chambers with Mayor Clark. We visited Samanka House place. I'm not sure which one it is, sorry. We visited the police department and the fire department, and we got to eat lots of yummy food. But all of this couldn't happen without the Board of Commissioners, Marion County Board of Commissioners, who saw that chambers needed to have some extra funding to start off programming that served the communities. So they gave each chamber in Marion County a grant to kick off these services, and we chose to use ours for Leadership Keizer. And Jacob started it off with me, and now he's off to bigger and better things. I'm not sure if you've seen what's happening Salem, but he's having a great time doing that. So we welcome Tammy Levin to lead this next cohort. It starts October 15th, and it's going to go all the way through April. On the second Tuesday of each month, we'll be meeting at the Keizer Heritage Center in the art room upstairs and partially in the theater when there's things happening. They've donated their space so that we can have a place to start and end the day. Capital Auto Group has come back on as our title sponsor. And we have Lupitz Contractors, who's sponsoring all of our food, and then Blanchette Catholic School will be offering us their blue bus again this cohort. So if you see a blue bus traveling around, that's Leadership Keizer. But I just wanted to say a little bit about the days that people will get to experience. In October will be your Team Builder Day. November will be Local Government. December, Education Community Resource Day. January is Leadership Day. February, Community Resource Day. March, Economic Development Day. April will be our Community Service Project. And something cool that Tammy's bringing in with this is at the end of each day, there will be some leadership-focused curriculum so that we're not only experiencing Keizer as a leader, but also filling our own cup so that we can become better leaders. The cost for Keizer Chamber members is $600. If you're not a Keizer Chamber member and you own a business and you come do Leadership Keizer, it's $900, but you get a whole year worth of membership included in that. There's somebody out in the audience that did it with us last cohort and got to take advantage of that, and we're excited to have them at the chamber. But with that, if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
All right, thank you very much. Council President Starr.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Corey and Tammy. Just a question. Are you going to add the registration link and so forth to the little flyer?
Yeah.
And then, so can you tell people
Yeah.
if they're interested where they would go to register?
Yep, just go to keizerchamber.com and you'll click on the little hamburger thing in the right corner and it'll drop down and say Leadership Keizer. You fill out the registration. You don't pay anything online. After you fill out the registration, we'll call you and say, are you for reals? And then we'll send you the invoice. But yeah, keizerchamber.com, or you can call at the office and we'll help get you registered as well.
Thank you.
What's the capacity, class size?
We can serve about 20 people. Otherwise, it gets a little chaotic.
A lot of great energy. Counselor Kohler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ms. Florida, do you have a payment plan for somebody that's certainly, they can't do $600 all at once? How's that work?
Yeah, we have a couple businesses who have offered some sponsorship for individuals, which is super cool. If that's something that interests you, you can call me at the Keizer Chamber office. Also, if this is something that you're like super duper excited to do and it speaks to your heart, I'm willing to chat with you about payment. We want to make sure this is accessible for everybody. And so I'm happy to get you into the class and we can work out payment for sure.
Well, I'd love to ask Tammy a question of Tammy. Jacob has his style of leadership, and yes, I've seen his Instagram and Facebook, and they're fantastic on what he's doing now. I'm excited to hear some of the unique things you're going to bring, especially having announced that there's going to be that personal building time at the end of each session.
I would like to bring to the table some opportunities to learn about how to communicate better with each other. Different styles, everybody has a different style of communication, and we typically want to communicate in the way that we like to be communicated with, instead of learning about how other people would prefer to be communicated with. And that's one of the things that I'll be bringing to the table for the leadership.
That's a wonderful opportunity. So for folks who are listening and you want extra coaching on that, that's a value added, for sure.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so
Indeed.
much.
Thank you. And yes, we'll get that put on here. But yeah, keizerchamber.com or call us at the office and we'll get you registered and ready to go.
All right,
Thank you.
thank you so much. That is everybody I have signed up for public comment. Is there anyone else who would like to address the council this evening under public comment? Okay. We don't have any public hearings, but there is a announcement from our city attorney, Joe Lindsay, about a notice that was in the paper.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So public hearings, when we set them, have different timelines with which we have to give notice. And this last hearing, we asked the paper to put it in. We were a little too late for it to be put in to have the requisite notice for a supplemental budget, which would be a 10-day notice. But it then subsequently came out in this paper. And so I want to make sure that there's no confusion. We're not actually having that hearing tonight, and clearly it's not on here, but it apparently wasn't rescinded from the paper, and so it showed up a week later in the paper with not enough notice to actually have it. And so we will, I think, most likely have that hearing next meeting in October, but that's to be seen, and you'll see it in the paper at least 10 days before, so you'll know, but we're not having that hearing tonight.
All right, thank you very much. So anybody who was expecting to come and testify on that supplemental budget, you saw it in the paper, because we all read the Keizer Times. I am being serious. So we're not going to be having that tonight, and very likely October 7th. Okay, let's go on then to administrative action. Item 8A is a resolution adopting the Neighborhood Traffic Management Program repeal of Resolution R 99-1118. And yes, I said 99. This is from 1999. And this goes to Mr. Lindsay? No, Mr. Lawyer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. The Traffic Safety Bikeways Pedestrian Committee, primarily the current chair, Ms. Saldivar, has spent a considerable amount of time and effort reviewing the current program, including joint meetings with the City Council to create a recommended program update. Excuse me. These efforts have resulted in the attached program, which provides citizens with a process to request traffic calming measures in existing neighborhoods throughout the city. As the mayor mentioned, the existing plan or program was adopted by the city council in July of 1999. The existing program is cumbersome and difficult for the public to follow. The Traffic Safety Bikeways Pedestrian Committee reviewed testimony at their regular meetings regarding the recommended changes that simplify the process for citizens to follow and incorporate those into their recommendation for the council to consider. Requests for traffic calming measures currently follow the existing neighborhood traffic management cumbersome program. There's really no direct financial impact with approval of this program. It depends on what's brought forward and what qualifies to go through the program for any kind of a fiscal impact. City Council's approval is required to implement this program, this updated program. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you very much. Questions of Mr. Lawyer, and I would like to give Ms. Saldivar a chance to come up and talk about this. Council President Starr, do you have questions now? So stand by, and Council President Starr.
Okay. So I don't know if these, I'm going to direct them to you, Mr. Lawyer, and then maybe they can go somewhere else if somebody else hasn't, is better to answer. On 3.0 under the assessment, it talks about, in that paragraph, it talks about the project must be a 2-lane street. And I just want to make sure it doesn't have to be a marked lane street.
No, no.
Thank you. Can I?
Follow up?
Thank you. I have a few.
You may proceed with your series of questions.
Thank you.
We'll just make that easy.
Thank you. Under 3.1, step 1, identification of a neighborhood problem. It says applicant will be contacted to know at which TSBPC meeting this topic will be added to the agenda. Am I reading that sentence wrong? But I'm reading what it just reads clunky. So it just may be clearing up some.
It is a bit clunky. The intent is to have the applicant contacted to be informed of which meeting.
Which meeting they'll go. Is there a
It
reason
won't
why it doesn't say at the next traffic meeting? Because they only happen monthly, so I'm just curious.
I think because if something comes in the week before the meeting, it might not give the committee time to really evaluate it or deal with it. So I think in the general language is fine. We can clean that up a little bit so it's not quite as clunky.
Perfect, thank you. So then that very next paragraph, can you talk about the notifications? Because this also is another question later on, but maybe I missed it, very possible, but I thought we heard strong feedback from our neighborhood associations. And I know this particular paragraph talks about the city doing the notifications, but later on in the document, it talks about the person having to collect signatures. And I thought we heard some pretty significant feedback from the neighborhood associations that they didn't necessarily feel comfortable being that person having to collect signatures from stranger to them, strange, you know what I'm saying.
I understand what you're
Thank
saying.
you. Save me from myself.
What the attempt here was to cover all scenarios that may come up through this program. A scenario where you have, I'll say, a speeding concern on a local street that's really in one section of the street, maybe 10 houses involved. The thought was being able for that individual to work with their neighbors directly, okay? For a larger problem, something that would impact more than one street, more houses, involve the neighborhood association for their input and their assistance in getting support, along with the city reaching out with the QR code mailer or other other method to reach out to citizens to provide input on the proposal.
So then help me understand, because this one paragraph talks about the city sending out the mailer.
Yes.
But then when you flip over under 3.5, step 5, it talks about the sponsoring residents will complete the survey form. This requires that signatures of support. Should we clarify, is that the city gonna help them with that by sending out the mailer?
Yes, that's the intent.
So maybe we can add that into that step 2, that the city will do that? Is it there?
Yes, it says it.
The owners, I'm
City
not,
staff will handle the outreach.
pardon?
Neighborhood association, about halfway through that section 2, that paragraph, right where the parens end, the neighborhood association will attain the support. If no
Right.
neighborhood association exists at this location, city staff will handle the outreach.
But if there is a neighborhood association, the neighborhood associations are still expected to be the ones to get those signatures? It reads 2 different ways to me.
Okay? We
Council
can,
President Starr,
we
may I-
can, we can work on cleaning that up.
May I?
Right.
Yeah. Go ahead.
It says in 1 that if there is no neighborhood association, the staff will do it, which I think is great. But then when I read it under step 2, it says the neighborhood association has to do that. I mean, if I'm missing it and otherwise we just need, I'm asking to clear that up, because I don't think that that's clear.
I understand. We can clear that up.
Okay. Thank you. That's what I was trying to get to. It reads 2 different ways. Definitions up above, I know it's not an acronym, but I think that City Capital Improvement Program, CIP process, if we could add that to the definitions would be great, so people just understand that. Under 4.1 on funding, there are several options for funding, NTM measures and Keizer. They include, are those all the options or just a sampling of the options?
The only other one that may or maybe should be included is any grant funding. But that's really about it. You got the full funding through the capital improvement program, partial funding, or cash, grant opportunities.
And when you say cash from local residents, do you mean like they're gonna be expected to pay for it, or that's an option?
That's an option.
Okay,
If for some reason they want it bad enough that they can't wait for the city to fund it, and they want to put up the money to do it, I don't think we'd say no, but it's not expected.
okay. And then the last one is, we mention Appendix B at the top of the page above 4.0. But then when I'm flipping through, I get to Appendix A, I see Appendix B, and then we have Appendix C. What does Appendix C reference? And where, because I read through it a few times and I couldn't find where we reference Appendix C and what it's used for. If it's just a definitions page, I'm great with that.
It's primarily just a definitions page and an explanatory page of different terms used and different options that may be available.
Okay, but are we making sure that everything on Appendix B has a definition in Appendix C? Just maybe double check that.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, thank you very much. Any further questions for Mr. Lawyer? Okay. Ms. Aldevar, do you want to come up and talk a little bit about this incredible update that you have led, and Mr. de Blasi? So thank you both for being here tonight. This is a wonderful achievement, step forward. Here we are.
I'm excited that it's finally complete and we can implement it. This has been taking up over a year of our lives. long road that we took. So I'm happy to see it coming to fruition. I really don't have anything to add. We've talked about this multiple times, and I worked with city staff through emails on a lot of the details. So sounds like they're going to clean up a couple ambiguous topics, and then we're moving forward with the website. And from what I understand, it'll be sooner than later. And your two name tags are reversed.
Yeah, your name tags are switched. Mr. Brown and Mr. Wood.
You could be whoever you want, doesn't matter.
Yeah. Just need for paying attention, and you win.
Mike, do you have anything to add about this program?
Not especially. I would correct Tammy that I think it's over 2 years. So it's been a very long gestation to get this thing to the condition that it's in. And Tammy has done a great job leading all the cats on the committee to get what we're at. And just that I hope now that we've made it easy enough that residents feel that it is a useful tool to them and feel that they can get concerns that they have addressed.
So with this being accepted now, sounds like that's about to happen. And then, Mr. Brown, we're going to get the website started soon, in which case, with my next meeting coming up on Thursday, if somebody brings something to our attention, can we give a time frame of when we can test? It's going to be a test, we know it, through the new process.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. I look forward to it. I'm really excited to see it come together. Any
So,
questions?
yes, a comment and a question. So, for forever, at least as long as I've been involved with city government, we really haven't had a good way when somebody comes and they've got a concern. It's been word of mouth, and there's been an attempt to keep track of the questions that have been asked, but also what are the answers that were found then? Are they still relevant? Do they still work? Do we have new options? And with this program now going from a historical old last century document to a vibrant, active program, what you've also started is a tracking mechanism for when people come in and go, has nobody ever talked about this? Well, actually, yes, it came up last year. These are some of the options. What else have we learned since then? And then you can take a conversation and move it forward rather than go backwards and have to rehash the whole thing. So I really want to say thank you to all of you on the Traffic Safety Bike Ped Committee for finding a way to make the time that the people in our community come in and talk about their concerns really count, because we'll be able to keep track and also celebrate the things that got done at the same time. So thank you very much for that. I'm looking forward to the outreach that will happen. I think it's going to be your committee and working with the city on the outreach that will go from there. There's another committee that you guys worked closely with on making sure you get other perspectives and points of view, and that's the Community Diversity Engagement Committee. So do you want to talk a little bit about the process there, the conversations, or what was your takeaway?
I feel like that was forever ago. We reached out with the draft at that point in time. Our requests were to get feedback both on the process itself being inclusive, and then also the document, if it was readable, made sense, for that side of the just understanding component. And so working with that committee was very helpful in giving us perspectives, and which is what we were looking for, is to make sure that we incorporate everybody's thoughts and ideas. So my thanks especially to city staff for being very tolerant of all the random emails and questions that kept coming up throughout this process. They've been very amazing to work with. So yes, thank you to everybody who has worked so hard on this with us.
And if I just have a question, I don't know if it would be for the manager, the attorney, Public Works. I hope this is a living document and that we can adapt it as we find out the clunky parts that we didn't realize were in there. And I don't know if it just becomes a versioning update or if it becomes some legal process you have to have the council re-adopt it?
Mr. Lindsay?
This could be amended by the council at any time, and because it's being adopted by a resolution, it's a much simpler process that if they decide to amend it by resolution, it just simply, we'll change it in that way and it's effective immediately.
You bring up a good point, though. So, Mr. Brown, how do we want to track feedback on the inevitable clunkiness that we're going to experience as we try to implement this program? Do you want it to come, we're going to probably hear it at our committee just by the nature of the conversations. Do you want us to track those and then next year at some point come forward to you with this ideas of updates? Or do you, as city staff, want to handle all those comments and feedback and implement it starting on the backside?
Mr. Brown?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. I think wherever the complaint originates, if we share it with each other in real time, it's probably best. And then we can decide if it's something that needs to be done immediately or if we can package it with other parts and do it together.
Okay.
But I think as long as we share it with what we're getting real time with each other, that's probably the most important part.
Okay, that works.
And we won't be waiting another 25 years. So I think with this giant leap forward, now it can continue to be amended, refined, if you will. And I think that's another thing that's going to help this program be successful, be far more responsive, rather than dealing with something that was created quarter century ago. So, Councilor Kohler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Excuse me, I would encourage you to work with your council liaison, and if there are recommendations that need to be made, then have them mention that in the meeting here, and then we can have staff easily take care of those things that we need to make it a smoother process. But again, thank you for the great work you've done on that.
Welcome.
Council President Starr?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. One more. What happens, I know that we have a lot of people that walk in different neighborhoods. So I'm looking at you in the audience, hiding your face. But what happens if they see, what happens if they see an issue? This was a question that was posed before the meeting. What happens if somebody sees an issue that is in another neighborhood that they're not part of?
Go to the neighborhood association, and if there's no neighborhood association, I would say they would go to the Traffic Safety Bikeways Pedestrian Committee.
And what if it's during the summer when neighborhood associations don't meet?
Then to go to the committee.
Okay, I just,
Yeah.
might be another thing to note in there.
That's an interesting scenario that I hadn't thought about. And I'll give some thought to that because part of the discussion with this whole program is its impact or the potential impact on the neighborhood where these measures are implemented. And so you have a resident that doesn't live on that street that ultimately ends up with a measure being implemented on that street, potentially. So yeah, let me think about that one. That's a scenario that I had not thought about.
Thank you.
You bet.
Well, can I speak to that?
Yes, Ms. Aldebar.
I would hope that through our process of the 75%, whether it be neighborhood association sponsored or otherwise, will help us determine if there is truly a problem or if it's an isolated situation that we can address through different means. So
Absolutely.
hopefully what we have captures that. And as for summer, I'm sorry.
What I was going to say, where my mind was at, is I want to read back through this and look for any barrier that would prevent a citizen from bringing something forward that doesn't live in the neighborhood. That's where my mind, it wasn't working through the process so much as on the front end. Is there something, I want to make sure there's nothing in here that would prevent that. So I'll read through that and make sure.
Okay, perfect. And as for the summer hiatus, I know each of the neighborhood associations have a means of contact regardless of whether the general meetings are happening. So hopefully that captures the complaints as well to bring them forward in one fashion or another.
And the committee's meeting, and so we always wanted that to be an open door for people in our our community to feel welcome, to come and bring questions, concerns, and ideas, and that's where we do our best work.
Plus, with the website being always available, we're going to get that information very quickly, regardless of all these obstacles we're discussing here. I would hope that if they learn and get directed to that initial process point, it will help trigger all of us to become aware at the same time of what's happening and what the concern is.
Absolutely. Mr. Brown?
Have a recommendation to edit this document for that Appendix C under 3.5, Step 5, subparagraph 4, on the second, after the first sentence. It could read there, a non-exhaustive list of remedies, possible remedies can be found in Appendix C. I don't find another reference to it, but that is the place where it would be. If
Okay.
that's acceptable.
Okay, so this, the motion will be then, as amended with that addition for, and the other ones. So it'll be as amended, there's the corrections noted by Council President Starr, and then this addition by Mr. Brown. Okay, anything further? Okay. Thank you very much, and I'm going to turn to Council President Starr to put a motion on the table.
I move the Keizer City Council adopt Resolution R2024 as amended, adopting the Neighborhood Traffic Management Program and repeal of Resolution R99-1118.
Second?
It's been moved and seconded that the Keizer City Council adopt Resolution R 2024 as amended, adopting the Neighborhood Traffic Management Program, repeal of Resolution R 99-1118. Discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed signify by saying no. Hearing no objection, motion passes unanimously with one absent, that is Councilor Cross. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Yes, very much. Yes.
I failed to come up during the right time period, so can I speak on behalf of the committee while I'm here now, or is it?
Committee report? With council's indulgence, yes, absolutely.
Not exactly a report, but I am here to answer, we're here to answer questions if you have any. But with the change in the counselors, we don't have Counselor Hussman as our representative anymore. Do we have a new one assigned to us?
Yes and no. So looking at all of our schedules, for this month, it will be Councilor Kohler. And next month, the night that your committee meets, we are in Bend for the League of Oregon Cities. So there won't be a council liaison that night. And then we will look at our calendars for November and December to see who's going to be available for those final two meetings of the year.
Okay.
So we're going to share the load.
Okay, thank you.
Or the opportunity, I will say. All right, great question. That takes us now to item 8B, which is Event Center Use Fee Waiver, Keizer Community Library Program for Children and Family Events. Is it BJ? Come on up. Oh, stand by. We're going to do the the staff report first, and that's Mr. Wood, and then I would love to hear about these programs.
Madam Mayor, City Council, I'm not going to take a lot of time. BJ can explain this a whole lot better than I can. However, the Keizer Community Library has requested an event fee waiver. We have granted this in the past, and they have respected our request that they made sure to count all of the reptiles as they came in and out of their events.
I get the extras.
With that, city staff does make a recommendation to waive the fee in accordance with the ordinances that allow the city council to do that. And with that, I would turn it over to BJ.
All right. And while BJ comes up, many of you have heard these before, and rather than keep on coming, we love to hear from the library. We love the reports, but to do this waiver once. And I believe that was something that Council President Starr brought up as a great opportunity. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor and council members and city staff as well. We are enjoying wonderful success with the programming that's going on at Keizer Community Library for Children. We increased our summer reading club program signups and attendance this year by 25%. every year it gets higher. So it's a matter of success that we can't handle in our little space. And we have been so grateful in the past for the use of the meeting room, which allows us to bring in professional performers. We had a total of almost 800 people from Keizer come to our programs this summer for kids and families. And one of the things that's happening now is that we have a bilingual outreach coordinator that has been paid for by a grant from Spirit Mountain Foundation. She's doing a wonderful job of creating programs that will interest not only Latino and Hispanic people in the community, but anyone in the community. So for example, on the patio behind the library this Friday night at 5:30, we are going to have a celebration of Latin America with dancers and tamales and loteria, which is Mexican bingo. There's free tickets available at the library, and we would love anyone in the community who's interested to come to that Friday night at 5:30. The waivers that we're asking for are for a series of programs that take us through the end of next summer. We thought it was better to do it all at once and ask for your blessing on this. It starts out with a princess story time, which always has well over 100 children and parents come to. In December during Christmas break, we have several programs, but that's the one that we really can't accommodate in the different locations in the cultural center. And then we have a spring break program that goes on as well. We have a big night in April, on April 30th, Dia del Niño, which will be a family event that our bilingual outreach coordinator is pulling together. And then a series of summer performers, which may or may not include the Reptile Man. But he's a draw. We had 177 at his program.
Wow.
The end of August. So we know he's a surefire hit. And I don't think he wants to lose a reptile any more than you want to find one in your seat. So we know that this is something that is really well-loved by the folks who use the library and folks who don't even come into the library, although we hope they will. And if there are any questions I can answer about specifics, I'd be glad to.
Councilor Reed.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you so much for putting on these wonderful programs. I'm really excited to see what the library is doing. You guys you're so wonderfully attuned to what the community needs and are serving our children very well. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Reed.
My question involves the insurance. In the request, your request letter, it says a waiver of insurance would also be necessary for each program as a co-sponsored event. Normally, it's my understanding that we can't, either by law or by policy, waive the insurance requirements. So I just wanted to ask about that.
I could potentially answer that as well. If you look at our insurance policies, this is page 53 of your packet, and then going on into 54, we actually do require by policy an amount of 2 million because that does cover the tort claim limit. However, it does technically say unless a different amount is approved by the city attorney. So here I sit in the hot seat. We have had people make good arguments about, maybe 2 million is more fitting for, an event with alcohol or, things like that. And so with the council's blessing, I would note that maybe a $1 million, which would be quite a bit cheaper, might be appropriate. It would protect the city, I think, up to what I think is a risk management appropriate level. So your city attorney would say, perhaps we could split the baby and call it a $1 million.
Okay, Mr. Wood?
City attorney took my response, so.
So, follow up.
Follow up?
So, I mean, the library has insurance as not 501c3. Does that just cover events in the cultural center, or does that cover events wherever they may be?
We actually did not ask for an insurance waiver on this.
Okay, because
That was added. That was added
Okay.
to
'Cause
it. We did have the insurance through State Farm, which is where we're insured for the programs this summer. So we'd expect to do that again.
Okay, so I was just confused because on the letter, it said that you were asking for a insurance waiver.
All
and so I
right,
just
well,
wanted to clarify
we
that.
will, we would do the same process that we did last summer. And 1 million sounds much better than 2 million. Thank
Fair
you.
enough. And yeah, it's actually a pretty simple procedure to just name us as an additional insured at the time. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, so that would be, if we want to consider that, that would be, is that in the motion that is proposed? Anyway, we'll make sure that is included for our consideration. This is all, does not include, however, another event that is going to be happening relative to the library, and that's the book sale. So I'm going to give you the opportunity to announce the dates of the book sale coming up in October.
We have the book sale, and of course, I don't have the calendar on me, the 16th, 17th, 18th, I believe is the correct date in October. It's a Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
Yeah. And it's right here in the Civic Center, so people are going to start needing new books for their winter reading, and kids are going to need some more books since they've already mastered the ones they've got, so. Christmas presents. Christmas presents, absolutely.
And of course, part of our winter has been the last 3 years, a cuddle-up winter reading club, which will of course happen again. So this is a great opportunity to increase your home library, which is tied to successful literacy rates with children.
They have their favorite books, absolutely. I know I have to read the same ones over and over with my grandchildren. So, any further questions on the upcoming programming for the library? And if people want to get a hold of you or to learn more about the Keizer Community Library, where should they go, aside from visiting?
Well, we have a website, keizerlibrary.org, where a lot of the information is available. Our hours are posted on the website, and our phone number is 503-390-2370.
All right. Thank you so much. Really appreciate you being here tonight and all the work that's being done. And people are always welcome to come and volunteer as well.
We love volunteers. We would love to have people who are interested contact us.
Thank you so
Thanks for your
much.
consideration.
Council, anything further before we put a motion on the table?
I just have, do we need to do anything different than the motion that's in the packet?
No.
Okay, great, thank you.
And if you guys had, you could, by consensus, just let me know if that $1 million offer is sufficient.
Should we take care of that now before we go into the motion? Is there any objection to reducing the liability amount from 2 million down to 1 million? There is no objection.
Okay, thank you.
Council President Starr?
I move the Keizer City Council approve a waiver of the event center use fee totaling $4,212.14 for the Keizer Community Libraries Program for Children and Families on the dates as listed, December 27th, 2024, and in 2025, March 26th, April 30th, July 2nd, July 16th, July 23rd, July 30th, and August 13th in 2025.
Second.
April 20th.
April 20th, just as a.
April 20th?
Just a correction, yes.
It says April 30th in the packet.
Yeah, it does.
Okay, I'm looking at
Mine
April
says
20th.
Yeah, the proposed.
So which is it?
Can staff clarify, we have in the packet that was uploaded to the meeting portal, it states April 30th, 2025.
April 30th is the correct date.
April 30th it is.
Thank you.
Okay. So it's been moved and seconded that the Keizer City Council approve the waiver of the event center use fee of $4,212.14 for the Keizer Community Libraries Program for Children and Families on the dates listed. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed signify by saying no. Hearing no objection, motion passes unanimously with one absent, as Counselor Cross. Fantastic. All right, let's go on to item 8C, which is the League of Oregon Cities 2025-2026 Legislative Priorities Discussion. And this goes to Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. The City Council met earlier in work session at 5:30 this afternoon to discuss submission of legislative priorities to the League of Oregon Cities. The League came out with a list of 24 different legislative priorities, and we, staff created a survey for City Council members to fill out to rate their level of importance for each priority from a scale of 1 to 8. When I collected those results, I totaled them and redistributed them to you, and that is what was in the packet. During your meeting at 5:30, it was discovered that one was the same legislative item, and so there was a ability to squeeze one of the next three priorities into the 5 that we can submit to the League of Oregon Cities by the end of the month. And so the ones that you were going to debate would be the marijuana tax, restoration of recreational immunity, and full funding and alignment of housing production. So with that, I'll turn the debate back to you.
All right, thank you very much. So for folks who weren't listening in earlier on the work session, the item number 2 and 4, they were sponsored by different policy committees, one of which I did chair this year for the League of Oregon Cities. They are the same. So we're going to bunch those up and select one of the next 3 items, which were 1 point apart in the rankings. And we'll make that decision, and then we'll move forward with the package of the 5 that we will recommend, along with cities across Oregon, for legislative priorities. Also want to reiterate something we discussed at the work session, and that if a legislative priority isn't in the top 5, it doesn't mean that the League of Oregon Cities lobbyists are going to be dropping it. What they're going to do is they're really going to focus their efforts on the ones that are priorities for cities across Oregon. But as bills come up and legislative concepts are developed, if there's something that pops to the top and looks like it's going to be a great opportunity or a real problem, the lobbyists working with the member cities, which include Keizer, will alert cities and will work together on those issues as well. This just helps direct staff where cities have the biggest needs and the biggest opportunities, working with the legislature. So just want to get that clarification out there. So the first step, I believe, is for us to make a decision on our 5th item, and that is between the marijuana tax, restoration of recreational immunity, and full funding and alignment for housing production. I really don't have a great methodology for us voting, so perhaps I'd like to hear your number 1, number 2, and we can tally up from there. Would that be acceptable to do that, and then see which one pops up on top? So with that, who would like to go first? Start with Councilor Duran. Do you have a first and a second on those?
I'm not really sure, probably full funding and alignment for the housing production
Okay,
and restoration of recreational immunity.
okay. Council President Starr?
Restoration of recreational immunity will be my number 1, and then continued advocacy to get more of the marijuana tax.
Okay. My number 1 will be the housing, and my number 2 is the recreational immunity. Councilor Kohler?
Ditto.
Okay. Councilor Reed?
Those are mine as well.
Okay. So housing comes out with 4 number 1s, and recreational immunity comes out with 4 number 2s. So the way I tally the votes is, the votes, is that the housing, full funding and alignment for housing production does have a majority of the council as our 5th recommendation. Okay? Did I get that do you agree that that was the consensus of the group? Okay. So with that, Council President Starr, would you be willing to put a motion on the table for the ranked items, which would be 1, 2, 3, 5, and 8
Madam Mayor?
on the list? Mr. Lindsay?
I would just note that the proposed motion says that agreed to by consent in the work session. That clearly didn't happen. It just occurred now.
Okay.
So instead of the words as agreed to by consent in the work session, you could just say at the regular session.
Okay. Does that work? All right.
I move that the Keizer City Council authorize the city manager to submit the council's legislative priorities as agreed to in the city council meeting on September 16th, 2024.
Second?
It's been moved and seconded that the Keizer City Council authorize the city manager to submit the council's legislative priorities as agreed to in the regular session, September 16, 2024. And they are the ones that I just read off, numbers 1, 2, 3, 5, and 8 in the packet. Do you want me to read those in? Or you got those? We've got those? Okay. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed signify by saying no. Hearing no objection, motion passes unanimously with one absent, that is Councilor Cross. All right, let's go on then to item 8D, which is the resolution amending the City of Keizer City Council Rules of Procedure, amending Resolution R 2022-32-69, and adopting the timeline to fill City Council position number 5 vacancy. Mr. Lindsay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. So as you all know, on August 30th, Councilor Robert Hussman submitted his letter of resignation to be effective immediately. That created a vacancy. Under our policies and guidelines, we have a very strict timeline that has to be followed within 45 days. And so right away, right after that, we went into the first September meeting asking for direction on whether or not we wanted to hold tight to that 45 days, or whether or not you could use your power of resolution to amend your own rules to not have that 45-day period. And it was a lot of discussion around because of how this could potentially affect the upcoming election as well. So we were given guidance by you guys to come back with a resolution that would suspend that 45 days. We just chose sort of arbitrarily 120 days because we think that that will cover it, even though the timeline itself looks to be a little faster than that. And then, of course, this amendment to that will sunset, and so it'll go back to 45 days after this matter. So that's where we're at. The second portion of it, which is whether or not, if you look at the timeline, the closing date for the letters of interest, resume, and certification for candidates for the appointment process gives people enough time after the election to kind of read the tea leaves and see if they wouldn't concede, because there was this notion that under the charter, which can't be amended by resolution, by the way, but can be, it does say that under elections in the charter that the council is the final judge of the election and qualifications of its members, right after it says that a candidate can't run for more than a single position. And so the council gave us direction that that candidacy for the upcoming election would be effectively dissolved so as they could be a candidate for the appointment process if they conceded. And so if that is still your objective, that as long as they concede by November 18th, they can get their letter of interest, their resume, and their certification as to their qualifications in, and therefore become a candidate for this appointment process as well. And so I wanted to explain all of that. And if that's still the understanding of the council, you can just agree that we can accept those items from folks as long as they've conceded ahead of time. And clearly, logically too, if that is what is said and they can put that in writing to some effect, whether it's an email or whatever, they're also de facto conceding in a way because they can't run for two at one, so they're conceding one to be able to be in the other two, so logically speaking.
All right, any questions on that point or the change in the rules or the timeline? Let's take this one at a time. Let's look at the amendment for, the temporary amendment for our rules of procedure. Any questions on that? Oh, good? Okay, any questions on the declaration and timeline of vacancy? Counselor Kohler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Does this mean that if there's somebody that's not running for an office that wants to fill out the paperwork and submit them, they could submit them at any time, or do they have to wait till the November date?
We are proposing that there will be, press release and everything else, and that, well, I guess you could decide right now to just be open until that point. Because really, the idea is to get it in by November 18th.
So if I might, and Counselor Kohler, I don't mean to jump in on this, but looking the item above it, that the press release would be issued on October 21st. So that is the date at which the forms and requirements and so forth would be made available to the public. So once people fill those in and want to turn them in, is there any reason why they can't go ahead and hit send?
No, I mean, these forms, the qualifications really are having lived here for a year prior to, being an elector. So those qualifications won't change. And so I think the paperwork, because this is a process that we've worked through, is pretty much handily ready. Am I wrong in that assessment? So, I mean, if the council so wanted it to be open for somebody right now who is interested, they could throw their hat in the ring, I think, earlier, as long as they get those things in.
Did you get that question answered, Counselor Kohler?
Right, so let me see if I got my interpretation right, what you said. If there's somebody that said, you know what, I really want to do that, they could contact Ms. Bissett and they could get the forms and start working on those and submit at any time between now and the date in
November 18th.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to press pause. I think we just went there because it says here that the timeline is that we're going to adopt the timeline tonight, but the press release, posting on website, and all of the forms are scheduled to become public on October 21st. So between now and October 21st, you can think about it, but actually having the forms out there, unless we want to change that and open it up now, which that would be a point of conversation. Right now, the proposed timeline is that we have a fixed date of opening and closing, October 21st to November 18th. So that's what's in the proposed timeline.
But that's different than what Counselor Lindsay just said, though.
That is so, Mr. Lindsay, the way we have it proposed now is that there'll be an opening and a closing. Is the option then that the city council could say, as soon as these forms are ready, we can put them out there and people can start working on them between now and November 18th?
Yeah, and I guess this is one of those unique situations, and it really is up to the council, to be clear, and so what a majority of the council wants. But I will say, because what I was trying to do is quickly look at what your process is laid out in 17.4, and a lot of that has to do with the 45-day period putting a crunch, right? And so you make this quick announcement and you're submitting stuff right away. So the spirit of how we've done this in the past is that it opens up pretty quickly and people get their name in the ring. They have more time to think now whether or not the council wants to let people live under that old spirit of just getting your stuff in, as quickly as possible. there will be, according to this timeline, a press release, and there will be a bigger push to make sure that people know that this is happening then. I guess it's up to the council to gauge whether or not it muddies the waters too much to have people kind of earlier in the process or not.
That's your question.
So if that further answers the question, I just backpedaled about a half a step, sorry.
Follow up?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I really don't care. I just wanted to make sure that we were all on the same page.
Yeah.
Because if we are going to say, yes, as soon as somebody wants to, they could contact and get the forms, I'm fine with that. Or if we're going to say, okay, we're going to put a press release out October 21st, and anytime after that, you can request the forms and fill them out. And as long as they're turned in by November 18th, you're good to go. But I just wanted to make sure it was clarified one way or the other. It doesn't matter to me which way we do it.
So right now in the proposal in the packet is that we would have an opening date and a closing date. And I think one of the key features is also outreach and communications for that people across the community recognize that when this is available, how to do it, so that we actually have, we reach a broader number of people in our community with this opportunity. Council President Starr, you had a question?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's quasi-question, quasi-clarification. If we're sending out a press release, I want to be cognizant of the 21st is a Monday. I'm curious, what would the deadline be to the Keizer Times to meet the print deadline for the prior Friday? Do you see, because otherwise we're going to be waiting, we send it out on the 21st. People that may not have access to internet or what have you may not see it unless they read the newspaper only for a week. So I'm just wondering, what is the publication?
It's Tuesday before, or right before noon is what my understanding is there. So the Tuesday prior to this Monday at noon would be to get it in at Friday.
Catch that Friday paper, or else you're losing a week.
Okay, so catch the Friday paper. So if we could adjust it, that's a good catch to go ahead and make sure that the press release would be timed with the Friday publication of the Keizer Times.
The 18th.
That would be, October 18th.
Okay.
And we can ask.
I'm looking, but you've done a lot of these notices, so, and rather than put the date in there, just to that effect that it would be,
Published in the October 18th.
yeah, coordinate publishing with the publication of the Keizer Times.
For
on that-
October
For
18th.
October 18th. So you got it, okay. Good catch. Anything else? Okay. With that, shall we put a motion on the table? Council President Starr, well, let's do it one at a time.
Okay. I move to adopt Resolution R2024, amending the City of Keizer City Council Rules of Procedure, amending Resolution R2022-3269.
Second?
It's been moved and seconded that the Keizer City Council adopt Resolution R 2024, amending City of Keizer City Council Rules of Procedure, amending Resolution R 2022-3269. Any discussion? And this is just for changing the rules temporarily. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed signify by saying no. Hearing no objection, motion passes unanimously with one absent, Councilor Cross. Council President Starr, Part 2.
I move to adopt the proposed timeline as amended to fill the city council vacancy with interviews and the appointment taking place on December 2nd, 2024.
Second?
It's been moved and seconded that the Keizer City Council adopt the amended timeline to fill the city council vacancy with interviews and the appointment taking place on December 2nd, 2024. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed signify by saying no. Hearing no objection, motion passes unanimously with one absent, Councilor Cross. Fantastic. All right, wheels are in motion. Let's go to item 8E, which is a resolution adopting user fees for the Keizer Rapids Park artificial turf fields. And this goes to Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. In front of you is a proposed user rate for the artificial turf fields. The City Council requested staff to work with Mid-Valley Soccer Club and the Salem Women's Football Association to come to a user fee schedule. Over the course of several meetings, those two groups have made it known that they intend to create a nonprofit called the Keizer Community Fields Association that would be the operator of the fields. And we have exchanged data both that we got from other facilities and from our own, their experience and running their own organizations and comparable rates that we received. I presented a rate study last week to you, or last meeting 2 weeks ago to you. And the schedule that's in front of you today is a 3-tiered rate that's based on a member rate, a local but not member rate, and third, a non-local for-profit tournament rate. The member rate you would have to be a member of this nonprofit Keizer Community Fields Association, and the cost of which is a $1,500 entry fee with an additional commitment to participate in the organization. So not just paying a fee, but also participating in the governance and volunteering. The local but non-member rate is any organization whose home is within 1,000 feet of the Salem-Keizer urban growth boundary, but who is not a member of the Keizer Community Fields Association nonprofit. And then the last rate would be for commercial operations, non-local entities, or tournament play. Also, in those fields respectively are $20 an hour for the member rate, $60 an hour for the local but non-member rate, and the visitor rate would be at $125. The half-field option is also in the schedule, and that's an affordable way for teams to be able to practice on those facilities. You typically, for a practice, you would only need a half field. With the one field, if you had, you could have 4 U12 soccer teams practicing over 1 hour for a fee of $20, making it super affordable. So the half field rate is a good rate to make it very affordable for practices. There's a light fee that obviously there's a cost that comes with the lights, and it would be applied based on what known sunset times. And so with that, this is one of your short-term goals to get this facility operational. And they continue to start to call them the Keizer Community Fields Association has done a pro forma based on what they expect their costs to be and what the information we've shared with them about costs. And they believe they have a pro forma that makes this financing work, this fee schedule work. They would like to begin having operations as soon as we cut the ribbon on October 1st. So it is timely that we approve this fee schedule. So your alternatives is to approve this, to modify it, or to take no action. One of the, two questions that I got at the previous meeting, one of which was Councilor Cross said she would like to see this comparable to the Salem-Keizer School District fee schedule. What we found out through a series of communications with our partners is that their base fee is $20 an hour, But that's not usually what people pay. They usually pay quite a bit more based on other incremental fees that are added on top of that. So we believe our rate schedule is very competitive with the Salem Keizer School District, if not better than theirs. And then the other question or request I got was from Counselor Starr about the sinking fund. And I was able to reach out to not all of them, but some of them. I talked with Lake Oswego. They have the luxury of having so many fields that they have to budget for one every biennium. So they just have $600,000 in each biennial budget, which is a nice problem to have, but not one that we share. When I talked to our friends just to the north of us, they said, we're not sure how we're going to do that, replace them. So got a range of answers, and I'll continue reaching out to the other ones to see what we get. But so my response was, well, what's your plan to replace it? There wasn't a plan to replace it in 10 years. So the conversations we've had with Keizer Community Field Association is that they believe once they're up operational that we will be able to recoup the sinking fund amount. And we are, I'll also add, we are making a lot of progress on coming to the short-term agreement with them that allow them to operate if you approve the fee schedule tonight. So with that, I'll turn it back over to you and sit for any questions.
All right, thank you very much. I'm going to lead off with a question, and I'll look to my colleagues here. Is my understanding with establishing the nonprofit that this will be for the management of the facilities only, no programming of, they won't be actually running sports programming. That's going to be left to the original organizations that are running soccer, football, et cetera. That's over there, and this nonprofit is for the field management only. Is that correct?
Well, I mean, they are connected, but the nonprofit is the one that will be administering that. But, you know, to say they would completely disconnected probably wouldn't be accurate.
Okay, but the nonprofit purpose and mission is management of the facility. And then one more follow-up question. And that would, and you said the sinking fund will be funded and so forth. So this is step one, and then we're going to get a short-term agreement and then evolve into a longer-term agreement. So as this begins to unfold, we will be working incrementally through this process with the nonprofit, with Keizer Community Fields Association, to develop this and make sure it's responsive to the needs of the city and the needs of the nonprofit. Is that the plan?
That's the plan, yeah.
All right. Questions from City Council? Council President Starr?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So a couple questions about the new nonprofit. Is that a 501c3 or is it a C6 membership organization because you're charging a membership dues?
Okay, well, come on down and we'll have a conversation.
So my name is Ryan Finneran from the City of Keizer. I am currently the treasurer of the Salem Women's Football Association and getting ready to be the secretary of the new association. To answer the first question from the mayor, the idea is that the new nonprofit will be dedicated to management of the fields. The existing organizations will continue to run their sporting programs separately, but we're not tying that management into anything related to the new nonprofit. It is, I'm not 100% on all of the subsections and 501 and which 6 and all of that. We are setting up as a member-managed nonprofit. To answer that question, I don't know the numbers specifically, but it is a member-operated nonprofit.
I have a follow-up.
Follow-up, and then I'll go to Counselor Reed.
So I think that it would behoove us as the city to know that information. And I would assume that part of the agreement and contract is to be looking at bylaws and the 1023 form and everything that gets submitted to form a new nonprofit. That's all going to be part of the agreement. And articles of incorporation. I just ask because they do this every day, so.
Yeah.
Okay.
I may ask for a list from you, actually, of a checklist.
Okay. Absolutely happy to provide that. And then just to clarify, 1,500 per year per entity membership dues?
Yes.
Okay. And then clarifying about the 1,000 feet. I am directionally challenged, self-admitted. So it's 1,000 feet local, but let me go, I guess, local but non-member. Define local. Is it 1,000 feet outside of the urban growth boundary?
That came from city staff, so I believe that's what
I'm
they
just-
meant. But what we've been discussing is the
Anyone? Name that movie.
urban growth boundary being the definition of local, and within 1,000 feet, I think means
Outside the urban growth
you know,
boundary.
up to 1,000 feet outside of is how I read it.
Because that's not clear in here.
Thanks. Council President Starr and Council, as I was looking at this and also thinking about the discussion that the councils had at the dais about Capitol Football Club, as I looked at the map, I realized they are outside of the urban growth boundary. And it was the intent, I believe, through our discussions that Capitol Football Club also be considered local. And therein is the reason why the 1,000 foot beyond
Okay.
UGB is because that is, because they're literally on the other side of the road from the urban growth boundary, about 750 feet. So
Okay.
that's why it's there.
Got it. Thank you.
Follow up?
And then I would, just a couple questions. This sinking fund is giving me heartburn. So can we calendar a review of the sinking fund plan and fee review 6 months after this thing has been going? And in practice, make sure we're kind of, what's the cadence of rentals? Maybe we'll have more information about sinking fund, because I will have heartburn.
Can I
Come
add
budget
some,
season.
it is top of our mind as well. So much so that one of our standing committees is a committee dedicated to just managing the contributions to that sinking fund, and making sure that we're staying healthy on that.
Awesome.
We've written that into the bylaws, that this is first and foremost, that fund needs to be maintained. And we believe the money's there with these rates. I mean, we did a whole schedule over the year and what kind of percentage we think is likely to be used, and it seems like it is doable to raise the funds to replace those fields, so.
Yay, at $20 an hour. I mean, I just, that's exciting, and that's a lot of hours at $20 an hour for a sinking fund, so, okay, but I'd still like to calendar it if we can, to review it. And then just making sure, again, the other thing that gives me heartburn, we are going to block out time for community kids to play on this field and not have to pay, right?
It is definitely our intention. I would say that in our looking into how to go about that, we've come across a couple of questions. First and foremost being insurance. Our insurance carrier, who we'd be looking at to get an insurance policy to manage this facility, has said that it's the difference between a $4,000 to $5,000 a year policy and a $40,000 to $50,000 a year policy to open it up to the public. If it is a reservation-only facility that's being actively managed with field marshals and people there, monitoring what's going on, the cost is significantly less. If the gates open and anybody can come and go as they please, the insurance costs go up dramatically. I know there's been some discussion with the staff that maybe some part of the city's recreational immunity can cover that time. I haven't heard any 100% answers on how that might work. I think our proposal is that the open play time in order to keep this as a viable model that people would even bother to rent, because if it's just wide open, why would you rent it? Is to have sponsored community playtime, starting off with our two organizations, renting the field for a period of time, basically from ourselves, to have it be open to the community, and then kind of making a rotation with other organizations to sponsor time throughout the week to open it up. So maybe, you have the fire department sponsors a couple of hours, and, CFC sponsors a couple hours, whoever wants to, make that opportunity available and cover it under their insurance is kind of how we were looking at it. But if there's a way to make that tenable financially, to have it open and still be covered with the insurance and make sure that the safety of everybody and the facility stays, in good shape, I think we're definitely open. That's what we want, is for people to be out there enjoying the field as well, so.
Well, I appreciate the creativity in problem solving that. That's awesome. Thank you.
Mr. Brown?
And I'm glad you asked that question, because I didn't mention it in my staff report, and also I haven't even talked to our partners here yet, but there's some late conversations on Thursday, and then of course I was out Friday, so I haven't been able to catch up. But I had several back and forths with our insurance provider, and if their insurance covers the scheduled open time, any time not scheduled, whether that's open time or practice stuff or games, would fall on the city's insurance rate and would not increase our rates.
So just like the big toy.
Well, I can't say
meaning
just
like-
like the big toy, because I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Well, just like somebody's going to play on
wasn't
the
here.
big toy.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's
Okay,
part of,
thank
it's
you.
part of like the open park.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you.
So,
That's awesome.
good news.
Yay. Awesome. Thanks.
I'm going to go to Counselor Reed, then Counselor Duran.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I had a few questions, series of questions.
Please proceed with your series of questions.
So first of all, in establishing your nonprofit, I know this can sometimes take a while. Is this going to be in place by the October 1st? So how do we receive those funds in the meantime? If you're not set up with your nonprofit, how would we receive the funds?
My
after-
understanding of the nonprofit process, and certainly correct me if I'm wrong, but we have 27 months to get
Okay.
qualified, and so long as we do it within the first 27 months of the creation of our organization, it backdates it to the date of, our articles of
So
incorporation.
there's no problem in receiving the money for that? Okay.
There shouldn't, so long as we get it now. We could find ourselves in a problem if for whatever reason we didn't get approved and we've been collecting funds this whole time. That could certainly create some issues, but.
Well, we are not going to think about that
I don't
right
think that it's gonna go that way.
But you're registering with this state.
We have registered with the state already. That has been done. There's articles of incorporation were filed last Friday, trying to get us ready to go to hopefully be able to start reserving the field this week, assuming that you guys are agreeable about fees.
Okay, fantastic, thank you. So I have some questions about the semantics of the fee schedule. So I just kind of wanted to clear some of this up. So and what's confusing me is the parenthetical non-local / for-profit / tournament. So I assume that you mean local nonprofit, but non-member rate. Is that correct?
Not necessarily. The intent there is that if you're running a local organization that's catering to kids within the local community, we want that at the local rate. But if you're, like, Salem Women's Football has been doing a lot of flag things, and if we were to run a regional flag tournament that was inviting in visiting teams from, up and down the West Coast, that would bump it up to that higher tier of the non-local tournament play, because it's an event where you're trying to make money off of, team registration and things like, having vendors out there, things like that. And so you would pay the higher rate.
Okay, so that visitor could be it could be for-profit or non-profit as a visitor too?
Yes.
Okay, all right, just clarifying that. And then the tournament rate, would you have members have a tournament and then you would still charge at the member rate? If a member wanted to have a tournament?
Yeah.
I think a lot of it has to do, on entrance fees, on are you charging people to come to this event, right? Are you charging another group and an organization $600 for their team to come play at your facility? And I think that how we do that is we ask the initial questions about what their facility or what their event is going to entail and that sort of stuff. And if they are collecting revenue from other organizations, whether they're nonprofit or not.
And members or not.
Members or not,
Okay,
yes.
both,
And that's kind of how we see it with the Salem Women's Football. If we want to put on a big organization where we are inviting Utah to come out, we're inviting California to come out to play, and we're charging them to use that field, then we should use the visitor rate. Everybody who's doing a tournament, who's collecting a registration fee for that, say we're all collecting registration fees to go to charity, there's a different sort of, aspect because you're donating it back to a nonprofit. But if you're doing something that you're not charging entry fees, you're not charging them, you're trying to just use the field for a practice, for a game, whatever, where you're not charging and making profit off of it, then you get your member local visitor rate.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. I like the simplicity of this, and I like how it's few words and, few numbers, and I like how you boiled it down to its simplest elements here. I would, however, and I may be overstepping here, but I would like to see that clarified in like bylaws, all of those, about what you just said, just clarify those kinds of definitions and so forth in bylaws so that that's clear.
Okay.
So, if that's.
Well, if I may, also, in our resolution, these terms are defined. So the resolution starts on page 95 in our packet, and on page 96, it actually has definitions. So at least that's a good start for this. And again, this is for adopting the fees. And then as we get into the short-term agreement, fleshing out of the details, I think will probably happen in that next contract that is established between the nonprofit and the city. At least that's a presumption I'm making. So let's make sure, double check those, make sure that they are telling what the story we need told for the fees, the fee schedule. And it's mostly on page 96 of our packet. Not 96 of the contract, it's only page 2 of the resolution. Does that help a little bit?
Yeah, thank
Okay.
you. Thanks. Thank you very much.
All right, I'm going to go to Councilor Duran.
My question is, having the urban growth boundary as our border for this, has anybody thought about like clubs just outside that don't have access to fields like this, like Cascade or anything? I'm just wondering, these smaller groups are gonna, they may feel left out. Is there any possibility of thinking about that, either now or in the future? I know my kids played a lot with Cascade because Keizer and Cascade kind of just had a really close feel in softball and baseball. So I'm just wondering if they have the same feel in soccer.
Cascade in particular has been a great community partner for us too. They've stepped up a number of times when we couldn't find fields locally. So I definitely understand where you're coming from on that. I think as far as we're concerned, the boundary isn't a huge point for us. It's kind of however the council feels it should be defined. I think we're pretty okay with. We don't have a lot of strong feelings on that. It seems like their urban growth boundary is a nice clean line to draw. But we're definitely open to other ideas about what constitutes local. And certainly, up into the canyon and stuff, there are a bunch of good local community partners that I could see being interested in using the field.
Okay, good?
Yeah, that's it. I just want to consider those things that.
I think we could certainly write a way into our definitions where there could be exceptions made for, organizations that are maybe fall, nearby. I don't know how exactly that would get worded, but.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to consider that because it just seemed like there might be some heartburn in the future with some of these smaller clubs.
Well, and they would all be eligible to be members. So the urban growth boundary thing is for the non-member local facilities, but if you have a member organization, they pay that fee, they're local, they are members. Is that correct?
Yes, in theory they could.
Okay.
If they were wanting to use the field that often and come be a part of it, they absolutely could.
It'd be the whole program. Okay. I'll go
That
to
was my
Counselor.
question.
That was your question? Okay. Okay. Council President Starr.
So, yet another reason to do the 6-month calendar review of our fee structure. But I'm also wondering if we can take that time, because I know we're kind of on a tight timeline to do this fee approval for some upcoming requests that you have pending us tonight. But maybe we can take that time to look at doing something similar. I don't want to get anybody's hopes up, but something similar to what we do for the event center in an agreement, right? So somebody can request a fee waiver. So Cascade, if they only need to use it once a year, let's look at how we can mold the thing, right? The agreement to support our neighboring areas. So maybe we can use the 6 months if they don't choose to become a member, but I really think that there's a way to get to yes on that.
Like a small club, what's the word I'm looking for? I'll find it eventually. But like a, small, medium, large club membership options and things like that. These are some of the finer points that could be developed over time as you enter into conversations with groups like Cascade and so forth that may show interest as well. So this is not a one and done is what I'm hearing. I don't hear that from you either, that this is going to continue to evolve and looking for those opportunities to appropriately pay and build the base across the valley here. I mean, this is a first and it's happening here, which is really, really exciting for us and for you and for our kiddos. So I think that's a point well taken that this is going to continue to evolve. Did I miss anybody? Councilor Kohler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Gotta jump in there.
Well, thank you for all your efforts. This has been a yeoman's work. It hasn't been something that's been easy, and I acknowledge and appreciate your work. First question is, are the local clubs happy with the fees that you're suggesting? I mean, you've communicated with them and, because all the local clubs will be paying the $1,500 plus then the fees, is that correct?
They don't necessarily have to join as a member, the $1,500, they could. We haven't heard anybody that felt it was out of line. I certainly haven't heard anything that.
No, Tara Schaefer, Keizer resident and president of Keizer Community Fields Association and co-president of Mid-Valley. Based on the fee schedule that we have presented to you and comparing other local clubs and what they charge for their fees for renting their space, as well as what we've been used to paying, as well as Salem Women's Football, it's extremely competitive. And I think both of our clubs are definitely happy, even at the non-member rates. They're still considerably competitive and fair. So I think that going forward, I haven't heard so far that there would be any negative thoughts on those schedules from any of the other clubs.
Excellent.
All right, follow up?
And the next question is, have we talked to Commissioner Willis and how much we're going to charge him?
I think
know he's
definitely the
gonna wanna
visitor
play.
rate. No, we have not.
And my last comment, is I wish we could do some kind of a fee schedule like this so that our local kids could use the Little League Park too. Thank you.
Another conversation for another time. But I really appreciate the work that you're putting in, especially with this being a brand-new facility, not having to rehab, and we'll be able to keep it up. So thank you so much for the work that you are doing. Any other questions? So I can, one more. Council President Starr.
Just one, sorry, but it's applicable to, I think, some of the pending inquiries you have. So until we get that agreement in place, and what is the practice going to be through maybe anybody who books through the end of this month until you get like your membership agreement and everything written. I think that's
So we are very close to having a website ready to go to receive reservations. We've kind of kept it down because pending this conversation. In the meantime, there's an email address set up. It's generalmanager@keizerfields.org is going to be the place to send any requests between now and when we get the website up and running.
So if you have somebody that's questioning wanting to reserve it now, but you don't have the agreement and everything in line, are we willing to goodwill, like not require that $1,500 membership fee until you have everything in place? What's the plan for that? Because I know there's a couple of requests waiting.
Are you saying that there's request for joining as a member or renting the field?
Field rentals.
So that would have
maybe people that want to become members, but you're not ready for that yet.
definitely not ready for additional members at this time. Right. I think we still need to kind of iron out some of these kinks and especially in the short-term agreement, I don't see that being a possibility. So up through the calendar year. I think just logistically, that would be a little hard.
Right.
After that, though, that's a whole different conversation and for a whole nother time. As far as renting the fields, as soon as we get the website, as soon as we get the fee schedule approved, we're ready to start putting things on a calendar.
But but I guess my clarification is if they're considered local, but the membership isn't ready yet, are you renting to them on a good faith as a local member rate?
No.
Do you see where I'm going?
That would just be a local. So there will be a process to join as a member. That will be something in the bylaws. That will be something that will be presented for that long-term agreement. So again, not something that would be applicable for now for this short term. But going forward after that, possibly. I'm not gonna say yes or no. We're not gonna honor any future possible member rates. If you're local and you wanna rent the field on October 15th, you're gonna pay the either local rate or the non-local visitor tournament.
But you're gonna pay the local non-member rate. That's what you're gonna charge. That's what you're gonna charge because we're not ready to go.
That's not what I'm saying. There's gonna be a process to join as a member that will be in the bylaws. So we're not just open membership right now for everybody because you guys made an agreement with these two clubs and entities to run these fields. So that's what we're starting with. Otherwise, we would have done an agreement with multiple entities outside of this.
Well, I think what I'm asking though is the definition of the rate categories are as follows. Member. These would be members of the nonprofit Keizer Community Fields. So people who are gonna write Keizer Community Fields a check for $1,500 to be members of your association. Right now, the only people that you have as members are your two clubs. And you're not going to be ready to open it up to anyone else until after the first of the year. Okay.
We would like to we have a membership committee that we wrote into the bylaws to make sure that we can also agree on that, make sure that we have the open communication about it, where it gets voted on, where it gets made sure that that's what they're doing. Truthfully, my biggest concern for the membership is to make sure that they understand that it's not just a membership to get your $20. It is to make sure that you are taking care of those fields. That means that you're helping lock up. That means that you're helping open. That means that when we have tournaments, because of the city of Keizer decide that we're gonna put on something huge, you're gonna go represent with a field marshal. You're gonna be there to set up. You're gonna tear down. And that's kind of why the urban growth boundary was kind of there, because really, how can you be so far away be far away and do all that. And really that's where the membership comes in, is we want to make sure that it's people who want an investment and they need to gain the opportunity to be able to get that and the trusted sort of thing. And we know that between us two, we can start opening those community hours immediately. That's one of the biggest things that I want to focus on is those community events.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that was clear to anybody watching. Yep. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilor Reed.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So just to further clarify, what I'm hearing is the membership rate is not available to anyone except these two organizations until the long-term contract is in place.
Yes.
Yeah, I can,
That's kind of
so
the bottom line with it.
the intent was that the member rate, part of the fee is the sweat equity, that you're
Yeah.
involved in the management of the
So
organization.
it's just
in
not
it.
available right now. The membership rate is not available right now, except for your two
Yeah,
organizations.
but we recognize the need for this thing to be able to hang around potentially beyond whatever our organizations are, and so we wanted to have a mechanism to allow others to get involved in the management of the facility in the future, and, reap the rewards of putting in that future sweat equity when they do get involved. But the intent right now is that we are the two founding members, and that's gonna be it, at least for a little while. But it is open down the road for other organizations that want to be involved in the management to do that.
We also are concerned, we don't know what the level of work is going to be yet. What is the workload? So we feel confident that we can handle whatever that would be in the next 2 months, 2.5 months between the two clubs. So it doesn't seem necessary to open that up and invite more people, and then we don't really have a good idea of how things are running. We need to kind of put the footprint out so that we can follow something, so.
Thank you.
Right. Good. All right. Thank you so much for all the good information, all the good work, and really appreciate it.
Madam Mayor?
Mr. Lindsay?
I do want to suggest, because since we are trying to establish new fees, there is a requirement, not for a public hearing that needs an advance notice in terms of
I
the
know where you're
paper,
going.
but we do have to give the public a chance to make comment. So there has to be that, at least, moment before
will do
we
that.
establish fees.
Thank you for the reminder. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Yay. So thank you, Mr. Lindsay, for reminding me that since this will establish new fees, is there anyone here present who would like to address the council on this fee schedule? All right. No, he's talking to, yeah. All right, I don't see anybody coming forward at this time. Council President Starr, would you please put a motion on the table?
Oh, it delights me to make this motion. Good job, everyone. I move that the Keizer City Council adopt Resolution R2024, adopting user fees for the Keizer Rapids Park artificial turf fields.
Second?
It's been moved and seconded that the Keizer City Council adopt Resolution R 2024, adopting user fees for the Keizer Rapids Park artificial turf fields. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed signify by saying no. Hearing no objection, motion passes unanimously with one absent, Councilor Cross. Fantastic work. We're going to take a 5-minute bio break and then we will reconvene. We are in recess. get started. All right, I'd like to call the Keizer City Council back into session. We will continue with the agenda with item 8F, the County Community Prosperity Initiative Grant. Mr. Brown. Sorry.
It's good the camera does not turn until I start speaking. That way my yawn is not caught on the camera. Thank you, though. Madam Mayor and Council, this item is with respect to the Community Prosperity Initiative. The Community Prosperity Initiative is something a program the county has run for a while using lottery funds. The last 2 years, it's been $15,000 a year grant program. We have used it 2 years ago to pave the food truck pads at Keizer Rotary Amphitheater. And then this past year to move the electric for Keizer Fest to the other side of the Big Toy parking lot from where it previously was moved. The county is continuing this program and has increased the annual eligibility for Keizer to $20,000. The county is allowing the city to access the funding stream either annually or for a 3-year increment. So the city could request the county approve $60,000 up front. Although that does not mean it has to be spent in the first year. It could be spent anytime in the 3-year if consolidated. The concept of building a pavilion in Keizer Rapids Park is not new, but in the 2021 Parks Master Plan revision, it's not included in a 10-year building plan. Previous iterations of the Parks Master Plan had a gym-like facility, but that was taken out in the most recent version. Even though a pavilion isn't in the current 10-year plan, there are many references to pavilions throughout Keizer Rapids Park throughout the plan, as I state in the staff report. The topic's generated more conversations of late because of the move of Keizer Fest to Keizer Rapids Park. It was brought to our attention last year that the Keizer Chamber of Commerce was the tent that they rent is around $20,000 a year, and many on the dais here and thought that that money would be better spent if we had something permanent. So it's thought among other interests that this pavilion could serve as a permanent structure to house the Keizer Fest and other large events. It could also be used to play futsal or basketball or sporting events. As you know, our rainy season here is quite long and prohibits a lot of activities in what's otherwise enjoyable weather. I heard support for this concept in general over the last 8 months, last year. The original Keizer tent is 150 by 50 feet in area. And so when I submitted this in May, working with the county economic development staff, it was very conceptual, lacked detail because those things had not been worked out by the council or parks committee. But I did, from our conversations, felt empowered to submit the conceptual plan. I was contacted by Marion County on July 10th. I submitted the request May 22nd, I believe. Sometimes near the end of part of May, the deadline was May 30th. I heard from Marion County on July 10th that the county wished to discuss Keizer's application for the Community Prosperity Initiative project application for an outdoor pavilion. And when we met in late August, the county wanted more detail in the grant proposal. And there some councils had come together to be more specific about that. The building size recommended was 100 foot by 250 foot. And there's more details, basically to a level at which the council needs to endorse this application, in my opinion, and also the county's opinion. They also wanted the city council to be on board with the greater detail. So in your packet, I submitted what the conceptual plan framework I submitted to the county in May. I also submitted the work that had been done by a few council members in anticipation of that meeting with the county. And there's a number of options that you could do here. You can request the 3-year funding for, as in the proposed document. You could, I did talk with the economic development staff with Marion County. They said that we could possibly use the funding to do the master plan amendment that would require, be required before we could go forward with this project, or you could use the funding towards another use. So that's the background of why it is in front of you tonight.
All right. Thank you very much. Definitely have a few questions. I'm going to lead off with one, and that would be discussion with parks. So the initial one, yeah, we've had in the past conversations and so forth, and as I understood where this process was, it was still in the let's talk about it stage, and this is an opportunity to get a little bit of information. But what was in the packet as the second very detailed proposal, has this been discussed with the Parks Board?
Yeah, Madam Mayor and Council, that definitely that version has not been shared with the Parks Committee.
Okay, thank you very much. Any additional questions at this point? So I,
Point of clarification.
yes, Councilor Kohler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In some of the Parks Board meetings that I've attended, the concept of having a pavilion in a park has been discussed, but not to the detail that was submitted to the county.
Okay. So in the packet, there's a timeline, and then there is the Community Prosperity Initiative scope, which was, and Councilor Kohler, I'll go to you. This was in an email from you to Mr. Brown on August 13th, that the detail one on page 104, the packet be turned in to the county commissioners, and this has a great deal of detail in it that was not in the original. I was just curious, generally speaking, when a grant is applied for, if the granting agency has a question, they contact the applicant. In this case, that would be Mr. Brown. Can you help me understand your involvement in an additional description when this should have come to Mr. Brown, as I understand doing grants, because I did grant administration?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So there are a couple different things. Because I was a council liaison to the Park Board, and it was going to be in the park, that was one of the reasons that they contacted me. They also contacted Councilor Cross, as she had been working with the chamber with the Keizer Fest. And so I think they felt that the chamber and what was going on with the tent and the possibility of putting the pavilion together was the reason that they contacted the both of us.
Okay, and who is they? Who contacted you?
The county commissioner's office.
So someone in the county commissioner's office was, because this comes through Kelly Weiss's office, correct? The grant does, correct? So was it from them or the Board of Commissioners office? I'm trying to understand their interest, because with this, like you said, it was parks, and the conversation was already happening between the city and the chamber, just on concepts. So this was a big leap. Can you help me understand?
I don't know the name of the person that I talked to. I didn't get to that detail. They contacted me. I put it on my calendar. we put together some, some ideas and some thoughts, more detail, and submitted it to Mr. Brown to submit it to the county if that's what he felt he wanted to do.
Okay, so you worked with some other folks on this document?
I talked to a number of people, yeah.
Okay. Because this document has a lot of questions, but I'm just trying to understand how it entered into the equation a month after Mr. Brown was contacted for setting up a meeting. And then Counselor Cross, 2 days later, indicated support. So in this document, it says at the end, there are three city councilors that support this preliminary plan that's on this. So it was you, Counselor Cross?
And Counselor Duran. Counselor Duran's one of the people that I worked with to get some of the numbers and to put some of the preliminary things together.
Okay, so this is Counselor Duran?
Yes, so I was pulled in because I had already been working on this with the chamber. I had already started getting the numbers together because the chamber was working on some numbers that were a little bit lower than they should have been, not, just trying to go cheap. And I said, the city's not going to support doing something like that. So I said, let me get some real numbers of a real building that I know I could stand behind and bring to the council and to the city that would be appropriate for that space. So I'd already been working on it. I hadn't gotten very far at the time because this was something I was thinking we were gonna do at the beginning of next year, just my timeline of thinking. But it just so happened that this came about quicker with the county commissioners, so I just stepped up and finished putting my numbers together to get them to Councilor Kohler so that he could get them in time. I think I got him in 3 days before he submitted them. So, yeah, since I had already been working on it, I went ahead and put together the rest of the information so we'd have a close budget that I could feel confident that we could fit a proper building into that number.
So this is a separate grant application than what Mr. Brown turned in, because we're talking about, the Community Prosperity Grant, and now we're talking about a building of over $800,000 in this description so this is a whole different conversation. This is where I get a little bit lost on how it went from having conversations about doing some preliminary planning, conversation with bringing in the Parks Board, starting that whole community conversation, and then we're talking about a $800,000 building. So, and then the city council hadn't talked about this before it went to the county commissioners. So, can you help me understand how this shift happened, where it's going to the county commissioners before it was discussed at council?
All
I'm
I
confused.
all I can answer is that it was asked for by them, so I went ahead and got the numbers together so we'd have something to give them, so we'd have something to talk about. I had no idea what the whole story was other than the county was asking, and it would be good to get them some numbers so we'd have something to look at and talk about in the future with this grant. So that's as much as I know.
Okay, I'm still confused. Councilor Kohler, so can you help me understand with this proposal that you sent to Mr. Brown, and I've asked you this, so this is not a cold question the way we haven't asked you before, how you were sending something to Mr. Brown rather than when you got the phone call from the county commissioners that you didn't just refer it to the Mr. Brown as the applicant?
When the county called me and asked me to put some stuff together, that's what I did. I didn't think that I needed to just give that request to Mr. Brown. I put the stuff together and gave it to Mr. Brown to submit.
Which is really different than most grant processes, and that's why I'm confused. So the county commissioners asked you to do a different grant application rather than the one that was turned in and made this a much larger project.
They said they wanted additional information.
but not from the applicant. They wanted it from you.
They asked me for additional information, and I gave it to Mr. Brown for him to submit.
Okay, but not for him to develop.
They were thoughts and ideas. He could develop any way he wanted to. But they wanted additional information. I helped put that information together. I gave it to Mr. Brown to submit. So I didn't submit anything to the county.
But you were asked to put it together.
They asked me to help him put some information together.
So, but what I read from the timeline is a little bit different from that. So you got an email from, Mr. Brown got an email from you that saying, in preparation for the meeting with Commissioner Bethel, I proposed the application for the Community Prosperity Grant be modified to, it's in the packet, approved then 2 days later by, or concurrence from Councilor Cross 2 days later. And then Mr. Brown is at the meeting with the county commissioners on August 20th. And so I'm looking at the narrative, and I've got some questions on it as well, but the process is what has me flummoxed because I've done so many grants. I don't understand a granting agency not calling the applicant, but calling somebody else.
You have to ask the county about that part.
Councilor Duran?
And I would say that since some of us have such a good relationship with some of the members of the county commissioner's office, that they may change the rules a little bit when they're asking for stuff just because of the relationship. So if it came through a little bit informal, it was still going to be proposed and submitted formally. So that's how I looked at that and how I thought about it, because I'd already been talking with the chamber on this, and I think they were driving this with the county originally. So that's just my 2 cents.
So it's before us now to look at this different, very different scope. And then we've got to send this through Parks to have that conversation about, does this fit? Is this a recommendation from the Parks Board to fold this in? Because we've got phase 2 and phase 3 of the turf fields that are underway right now. And, this isn't in the master plan. This isn't in the scope we were talking about. This was just very conceptual conversations around Keizer Fest. But also, if you go back historically, we did a little task force years ago called the Events and Festivals Task Force, where we did actually do a report that was looking for locations for Keizer Fest to finally have a permanent home. So this isn't something that we haven't talked about before, but just this big shift really caught me by surprise. And I know you called me after the meeting to let me know that the meeting had happened, but as a grant coordinator for the state, this was really, really unusual.
Well, I have no doubt that it was unusual, but because Councilor Cross and I were asked to come to the meeting, and because Councilor Duran, I got information from him about it, I didn't feel that I was able to contact other members of the council, because then I would be violating quorum serial meeting rules and laws. So that's why there was just the 3 of us that had talked about that before it came here. So now why the county specifically said, hey, we need you to put this together. 1, because I'm on a liaison of the Parks Board. 2, because Councilor Cross had been working with everything. And I think that's where that came from. Now, again, I didn't submit anything at all to the county. I submitted it to Mr. Brown, who then put things together and presented things at the meeting that the county commissioners called. So, that I'm doing the things that I think that I'm supposed to be doing. I'm not a professional grant writer.
Well, policy-wise, though, the applicant generally is contacted, and so I'm really, really confused why the county did not contact the applicant.
Great.
And that doesn't make any
Ask-
sense.
Great, ask them, because I don't have that answer.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense at all. Anybody else have any questions or concerns? Council President Starr.
Mr. Brown, when you got this email from Counselor Kohler on, looks like the 13th, how come we didn't know about the meeting with the county and that this we weren't brought into, or you didn't call and talk through and say, I know I submitted the prosperity grant, now it's up to 825,000. Like you went to the, like, I'm just trying to put the pieces, and then I do have a follow-up question. I'm just trying to put the pieces together about how this was presented to the county on August 14th, and we're literally like a month later and finding out about it.
Like the timeline shows, I submitted it in May.
Right.
And then I didn't hear back from the county until July 10th, I think it is. I'm not looking at the timeline, but they didn't tell me what the conversation was going to be.
The meeting that they asked you about on the 10th.
Yes, they just said the county wants to talk to you about your Community Prosperity Initiative grant application.
Okay.
So that was a limit of detail. I was working with Kelly Weiss, their Economic Development
Yep.
Director, and actually specifically, not even her, with her staff. And I went through the grant with them April through May. It became apparent that they were not looking for much detail. I never got contacted afterwards saying, we need more detail. It was, again, if it was more detailed, then I would have expected to have to come to you, but as in the council. But
Right.
with the level of detail or lack of detail that I submitted, I felt okay from our conversations.
Right, because, and I am not a construction person, so as I say, I was thinking it was gonna be 5 wooden posts and a sheet metal roof. Obviously, I know it would be different than that, but I was not, from original conversations with you in the past, I was not thinking $825,000. So, but I think where my question, what I was trying to get to is what we talked about, I don't even remember, earlier this year, is very different than the document that you received from Counselor Kohler to submit at the meeting. What I guess I'm looking for is you got this invitation on July 12th to go to this meeting. You got the email document from Counselor Kohler on the 13th saying this is for the meeting with the county. And then the next day you got big dollar amount changes again. Where I'm wondering is the 6 days between the 14th and the 20th, when you had the meeting with the county. I think I'm surprised that that this meeting happened about potential $825,000 building and we didn't know about it. Like, again, going back, I'm still thinking the 5 wooden beams and a sheet metal roof, the size of the Keizer Fest tent, right?
Right.
And now we're looking at something twice the size, which is not what I agreed to on the original grant application. So I'm confused why we didn't even have a heads up that was going to the county.
in my own words, this was all pretty bizarre. I got an email in July 12th. It was a month later before I received the document from Counselor Kohler. So, and the invitation to a meeting was not even specific, nor did I have any contact from their staff that said, this is why you're meeting with them. And then a month later, I get this detailed document from Counselor Kohler that says, I think you should submit this for the grant application. And then 2 days later, I get another email from another counselor that says, I second this. And I'm thinking that we're way out of protocol at this point. And then it wasn't until the meeting, and nobody even asked me to bring copies of this to the meeting. Knowing as little as I did, I said, well, I'm gonna make copies and bring them with me. And I got there and nobody else had copies of it, so I handed it out. And as it says in the meeting, Commissioner Bethel looked it over and said that that was more in line with what she was wanting to see, which, again, like I didn't know why we were even meeting at this. Nobody had ever told me there's a lack of detail, they want more commitment, they want this or that. It's very bizarre. It's normally I'm surprised that their economic development staff didn't just call me and say the commissioners want to see more of this matter or this detail. Instead, I've got a document from one of my bosses that's saying, submit this. It's very cryptic circumstance as far as being an employee of an employer.
Follow up?
Counselor Kohler, did you write the document that you sent to Mr. Brown?
I didn't write all of it. I visited with a few different people, submitted and got some ideas from some folks and then put it together.
So you took the ideas from people so you said you didn't write all of it, but you then visited with people. So then you did write the document?
Put it together.
Put what together?
The document.
So did people send you things to put into the document?
There were a couple of people that sent me things as I talked to them, and I said, do you have a thought about how that should be worded? And that was submitted to me. I reviewed that, made changes as I felt were necessary. One of the things that were sent to me was, let's just build a pole barn and
That's what I thought we were building.
put a roof on it. But I knew that a pole barn really wouldn't be something that would be long-term and fit the needs of our community long-term. And so that's why those changes were made.
So I still don't feel like though I'm getting a clear answer of who wrote this document.
I put the document together.
Okay, so just work with me here. It's, to me, you either wrote it or you didn't write it. Did you write the document, yes or no?
There were many parts of the document that I did write. Some parts of it were submitted to me from some other people, and some modifications and those things were made. And some parts I put in just the way that was discussed. I talked to some people about how they felt that this ought to be going on in the future. Some people that were involved in putting the Keizer Rapids Park together, an attorney, and some other people that were instrumental in helping put that together. So I communicated with those folks, and then I put the document together.
Why didn't it come to us for a conversation and a work session? Because I feel now like we're kind of, this is just how I'm feeling. It may not be the process, But I feel like now we've already had a meeting now with the county where we've submitted this very detailed plan. And so now we're kind of stuck with that.
It's a concept. We're not bound by any of it.
But if we don't do that, what happens to the prosperity grant money?
According to the Economic Development Director, we could reallocate it and use it for a 1-year, $20,000 purchase. Or she said it could be used towards the master plan amendment process.
So why didn't all of this go though before, why didn't this plan though go before the Parks Board? To go through the process as a recommendation to us, or I just feel like this is, I don't know, I'm just, between the 6 days from when Mr. Brown had the plan to the meeting, and we still knew nothing about this meeting and this plan that was being submitted to the county to, I don't know, all I know is that we have a 5.5 million debt limit to pay our PERS liability, and we have an unfinished turf fields, and now we're talking about an $825,000 pole barn, and I don't know how we're gonna pay for any of it. And I feel like we should have had that conversation before we submitted any kind of a plan to the county. Did anybody even think about asking if we could postpone the meeting with the county until it came before us at City Council?
I was asked to come to a meeting. I came to a meeting.
Well, you were asked to come to a meeting and you were asked to put a plan together.
True.
So at no point did you say, I can put the plan together, but we should probably bring this to the City Council. Did Mr. Brown, did you think about that? Asking to postpone the meeting?
I still didn't know what the meeting was about, other than this is about your CPI grant submission.
But you did know the meeting was about, but you did get the meeting, you did get the plan 6 days before the meeting. That you were instructed to bring this to the meeting on the 20th. And then 2 days later.
No, there wasn't even that instruction. It said,
in preparation for the meeting with Commissioner Bethel, I propose the application for the Community Prosperity Grant be modified to include items in the attached file. Please call me with questions. And that was from Councilor Kohler on the 13th.
Yep, that was the limit of it. So I knew it was going to be something to do with the CPI. I did not know why. I had a 1.5-page document given to me by one person on the council and asked to submit it to the county. As an employee of one of 7, this is not a position that I normally want to be in. I don't think it's fair to be put in that position.
Right, but I think that's why I'm asking the question. If you got the I'm just trying to understand how we're at now, September 16th. How we got this document on the 13th and we didn't think to say time out. Anybody, any of you, Councilor Kohler, anybody didn't think to say, we should probably put this on the agenda before we take it and present it to the county commissioners. That's just an $800,000 question.
That conversation happened at the meeting. I said I needed council approval for this. They agreed. They said, well, we wouldn't expect anything else. We wouldn't expect that you would be able to submit this without council approval. So that's why a week after that meeting, we talked about it in the agenda conference on August 27th.
Yeah, I remember.
I remember too. I think it's not ideal, how I would have preferred to have things happen. But I think the decision point in front of the council now is, how do we move forward? And I think there a majority or more than a majority of the council still has an interest in exploring this topic, which you can't do without a master plan amendment, which is why I feel that's a better place to start. Although I do agree that getting the Parks Committee to opine on it before that is probably more appropriate.
I'm going to go to Councilor Reed, and then I've got a follow-up.
Okay, so my question really centers on this $60,000. The $60,000 would be very appropriate in terms of the original CPI grant application, as far as the adjusting the parks master plan and, you know, working in that first year to getting that figured out. That seems like an appropriate use for the $60,000. Nowhere in this updated plan do I see a reference to $60,000. I see sort of ambiguous funding sources that would take resources away from other needs in the city. And it just reminds me way too much of the turf field where the county says, here's $2 million, match it, magically we'll have turf fields. Well, it turns out that it's closer to $8 million. And so now we're stuck with you know, phase 2 and 3 and trying to make that work into something that Keizer wants. And so I see now this, starting with $60,000, going all the way up to $825,000 without involving the Parks Board, without involving the council. And it just feels like we are being railroaded into something that we need to figure out for ourselves how we want to proceed on this.
I have very much the same feelings, and then when I read in this document, and I'm sure this came from, I don't know where it came from in the collaborative writing that happened, but when I look at things like what this facility can do, and I'm looking at section 7, and almost all the references are to programs that went away over a decade ago. Safety Town, they don't do that anymore. Dare Camp, that doesn't happen anymore. EVAC, that's been gone a long time. So even the references in here raise questions for me about where this came from. They're way out of date. I don't see any additional information. This can be a venue for all these different things. Well, there's no background information on, is this what travel and tourism experts are telling us? We have DMOs, the destination management organizations, that can tell us what the need is in our community for different types of spaces. So we have that expertise available. So before running ahead with going toward a particular outcome without really examining the question, I'm with Councilor Reed. I would really like to punt this to the Parks Board to have a conversation about the appropriateness of, you know, the next level of conversation that we have been having with the chamber, between the city and the chamber, about what are the possibilities, but I don't think we're anywhere near ready to have a conversation about an actual building and saying we're going to commit year one SDCs, our TOT funds, and, you know, presuming that we're going to get a Oregon Parks and Recreation grant, that's never guaranteed. And using City of Keizer Parks capital improvement funds, that's a huge leap. And I think that we need to have a much more, we need to start over with the conversation at the Parks Board level. So that would be my suggestion for the council, is to ask the Parks Board to have a conversation about, you know, if, when, and how for a covered facility in Keizer Rapids Park, and then bring recommendations to council. And I would not submit this to the county commissioners. Thank you for pumping the brakes and going, no, this isn't ready to be submitted. And I would wholeheartedly agree, this cannot be submitted to the commissioners. Council President Starr.
How come so sorry, I'm still stuck back on the whole process thing.
Yeah.
So this email from Councilor Kohler came on the 13th, which if I looked at the right month on my phone, that was a Tuesday. And we got emails from, or it looks like, so Councilor Kohler submitted submitted this to Adam via email. I assume because we got an email, and this is a big assumption on my part, we got an email from Councilor Cross that copied Councilor Duran and Councilor Kohler saying, I'm in favor of Councilor Kohler's proposed modifications. Was that in response to the submission was it in response to the email from the 13th? So was Councilor Cross and Councilor Duran on that email? And I am going somewhere with this question.
Right, and I assume that was about Councilor Kohler's submission.
Right, so it was a reply or a forward to you or a reply all that they were that Councilor Cross was in favor of the modifications.
It was an email directly to me, yeah. And with Councilor Duran copied, and that said I support Councilor Kohler's.
Was Councilor Cross and Councilor Duran on the email on the 13th?
That's included in your packet. I think it was. If not, I have it.
And I don't know if they were included on that particular one, but they did have a copy of it.
So how did they get a copy of it?
I sent it to them.
So, okay, so then my question is, why wasn't this a walk-on item at the August 19th meeting just to bring us up to speed before the meeting on August 20th? If you had 3 counselors that were on the email and supportive of it, why didn't it come to us as a walk-on item, just as a heads up?
Because it really hadn't been submitted at that point.
But you said it was to be submitted, so why wouldn't we have had why wasn't it brought forward just to give us a heads up that this was a concept of a conversation that was going to be had the very next day?
I don't know.
Okay. I just have a question. I mean, I know we ask for staff updates when we go around on the agenda item. I don't know. I just, okay. So your proposal is the 60,000 to start the process for the master plan amendment? Now that we are in the loop?
Yes.
So does that process include how we're going to pay for it?
Yes, it would have to include discussion about how we would pay for it.
Does it also include discussions on how we're going to pay for everything else that we're trying to find money for?
Yeah, we can't have those conversations in isolation. Yeah, they have to be considered in the context of everything going on with the city.
Okay.
I agree. Yeah.
Councilor Kohler?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Before submitting everything to Mr. Brown, I did have a conversation with Mr. Wood and said, is this something that's even possible to do? And he looked at it and he said, oh my goodness. I said, 3 to 5 years. He goes, oh, 3 to 5 years. Yeah, I think this is something that we could look at and it might be doable. Said might.
That didn't help make it better for me. Okay, so what I'm hearing is that a bunch of people got you information, and outside of the process for parks, outside the process for council, you gave it to Mr. Brown, went into a meeting with the county commissioners on a project that they apparently have interest in. And now it's back to us to see if this is actually something we would care to move forward with. And I'm going to tell you right now that I'm a no until we run this through the process of having the conversation at the Parks Board to see if this is even feasible and looking at the whole of our parks plans for the next few years. We're finishing out the turf field project. We're finishing that build out. We have a playground that we have to finish replacing because it's dangerous. We've got to look at the condition of our other parks. We have 19 parks, and in my opinion, that's where I would like to go with this. As far as the $60,000 goes, I don't even want to put the, I'm very uncomfortable saying it's going to be toward an end result of a master plan amendment, because I think that's presupposing an outcome. So I would rather use that money toward getting data toward information the Parks Board may need for making a recommendation, but I don't want to presuppose an outcome of a master plan amendment. That is getting a cart before a horse as far as, when you're doing a logical progression, you want to ask a question open-ended, not presuppose an outcome, because then you are not taking into account the other options that may exist. And I don't think that that's, I don't want to put our Parks Board in that position of presupposing an outcome. So that's where I'm at. Council President Starr.
So can we use the money so let me just caveat this. Like the very first thing big thing that happened after I got appointed was this approving the updated Parks Master Plan. If I remember correctly, and I thought I heard it referenced earlier, there was some building that had been removed from the master plan. And did we go through the entire master plan update process to come to the conclusion of taking this building out? Because all that work was done before I was on the council.
Right.
So that whole process included community input to pull the building out?
Yeah, it was done before my time here, so I defer to the council or, but it was a different, it was a gym-like facility rather than a pavilion type, which is very different because a gym, I mean, is what's supposed that you'd be doing programming and having management staff and all that kind of thing,
So
not
as
an unmanaged building.
ticked off as I am about how this all came about, like I don't feel good about it. I'm wondering if there's wisdom in using the $60,000 and I don't know what the process was before, but using that $60,000 to go through the whole process again to see if we now want to put it back in the master plan. I feel like we're doing this, we have it, we spend the money to update it, we take it out, even though it was a different type of building. But now, is there wisdom in doing the process to update it again?
And that's what?
3 years later.
Mr. Lawyer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. From my experience going through two comprehensive master plan updates for the city park system, to update the master plan to consider this topic for Keizer Rapids Park, I would not expect to cost more than about $25,000. Okay, that's to hire consultants and have them work and guide us through the process.
Different consultants than the strategic plan, right?
I don't know their experience in Parks Master Plan, but I would look toward the group that just finished it 3 years ago first. Okay.
Thank you.
The process for the last update was a very public process. It was very challenged because it was done during the COVID times, the pandemic, so public access was difficult. There was a booth at the Keizer Fest that year to gain public input that was put together literally at the last minute of the process. The consultants heard about it, found out about the opportunity. So my point in all this is that last master plan update was a full public process, okay? Plenty of, as much opportunity as could be taken advantage of given the pandemic situation. To go through the master plan amendment for just Keizer Rapids Park and this topic, yeah, public process, I believe, is definitely in order. Parks Board and have a consultant guide us through that process. And again, based on my experience, I would think it wouldn't be more than $25,000 to do that, probably take 6 to 9 months.
So if we, sorry, can I follow up? So if we didn't have a very public process because of COVID and the pandemic, when we updated our Parks Master Plan the last time, I do wonder, just because we couldn't, right?
I wouldn't characterize it as not a public process. It was a very public process.
Well, it was very public, but the participation was probably very skewed.
The participation was very good, actually. Yeah. The difference was it wasn't in-person participation. It was online polls, it was online information, it was online correspondence. But it was very public, and there was a lot of correspondence and input through the process. Again, the difference was we couldn't do it face-to-face. We couldn't do it in person. We couldn't have touchy-feely meetings and show maps and have that kind of dynamic conversations through the process. But it was very public.
Okay, so I stand corrected. Thank you for correcting me, and that it was, and I didn't mean that it wasn't public, but do we think that there's wisdom in actually doing the touchy-feely, pretty maps, pretty diagrams, like here's what it could look like to update it?
I think given the changes in the last couple of years, with Keizer Fest being held at Keizer Rapids Park and now in 2 different locations, if there's a desire for the community to make that the home for Keizer Fest for the future, the discussion of this pavilion building is very relevant. And the whole discussion of, okay, we have this event, we want to hold this event at Keizer Rapids Park for, I'm not going to say forever, but for lack of a better term, forever. Let's define that area within the park and make it as usable as possible, because right now it's not there, okay? So I think, again, because of the changes and this, I'll say desire for a building out there for the Keizer Fest, I think it is very proper to go through the process for community input to find out if that's what the community desires and put it in the master plan.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Lawyer.
Okay. So as a follow-up comment, so it would take us through a process without presupposing an outcome. Because in going through that process, the community has the ability to say yes, no, options A, B, and C, and develop it in a public setting rather than here just here's a proposal that was not developed through our process. Okay. Mr. Brown.
I don't think we're giving it a blank slate and saying, you know, look at the plan and see if you come up with the same idea as somebody else did without knowing about it. We've got an event that's happened out there for 2 years, and it's expected that it will continue. So I think there's a valid reason why to consider that now for the Parks Committee and then the City Council to committee. So not just starting with a blank slate, but because there is a new practice in the community out there.
So what, for direction going forward for the Community Prosperity Grant, the $20,000 doesn't sound like it would be enough, based on Mr. Lawyer's estimate for doing, hiring a consultant to lead through the process for, and I'm gonna say potential master plan, because again, I don't want to presuppose outcomes. potential master plan update, what that would look like. So I'm hearing about 25,000. So is the county open to different amounts or maybe getting an estimate for what it would cost to get a consultant to lead this process? Counselor Duran?
I would also, since there is 60,000 available for this, I would also consider, you know, if we did move forward with, you know, in the future, a master plan amendment to add this to the parks, what would it cost to develop the, you know, a proposal for construction? Just a ballpark. So we could consider that money still staying in the program for this thing, but maybe if it goes far enough, if we get enough support for this master plan amendment and the pavilion, you know, project to be done in the future, could we earmark that money to be used for the construction documents and the engineering? Just so we can kind of have an earmark for it if we move ahead. I think we could probably submit that to the county as, hey, we're looking at this 60,000 for this whole project, and this is kind of what we're thinking it's gonna cost us. And so the first step is getting approval from the, you know, from the city, from, you know, the Parks Department, and then getting a backing from the rest of the community. And if we get that far, then we already have money set aside through this grant to develop the plans for construction. Is that anywhere, I mean, if we had another 35, 40,000, would that get us to close to a building, you know, proposal level?
No. Short answer is no. $825,000 building, what I saw was 100 by 250. Being a public facility, I'm gonna guess it's gonna be 18 to 20% in design costs, 18 to 20% of the construction cost in design work. So you're gonna be $100,000+ in design and construction document preparation and ready to put it out for bid. That's my guess. I think that's a reasonable guess in terms of percentage of the cost. It might be a little higher, but, there's some variables within this that I don't know the answers to right now. One of the big ones being fire protection. Is that gonna need fire protection? And I don't know the answer to that. That's gonna be a big cost increase and more design fees, so. But the short answer is no, that would not get you to construction documents.
And my other follow-up on that one would be that should at some point, the city not choose to proceed with those dollars, then be available to put into another economic development opportunity. So we would need some flexibility built into that. I don't have a problem asking for the full 60, but understanding that we don't have, this is not one project that we would want to obligate to. There might be opportunities for the city to use those funds for other economic opportunities, like we did with the food truck pads. You know, that has been a real plus for the usability of the amphitheater facility. And we don't want to miss opportunities like that, where a little bit of money goes a really long way. So, Mr. Brown, what do you need from us for proceeding to next steps? What I'm hearing is going ahead with a simplified version of the prosperity grant application to hire a consultant to look into this project. But as far as additional projects go into the 60,000, do you want to bring back something?
It would probably be better to bring back something at this point, but assuming the council's on the same page of wanting to use that towards resubmit it with a master plan process, and also understanding that we wouldn't use it all through the master planning process, but hopefully request that some flexibility on the back end, which They have been accommodating. We had $1,500 left from the electric project and, but we still had costs to cover after July 1. And I reached out to them and said, do you need us to write you a check back or can we use it towards the rest of the costs? And they said, go ahead and use it. So I mean, they've been accommodating.
Okay.
I would assume they would continue that.
That's helpful information. I'm glad that there's some flexibility in there so that, again, opportunity presents itself, we can then pivot and go and get that done. So I appreciate that. So council, on that recommendation that Mr. Brown come back with, do you want him to come back to us with the rewritten short grant? Do we want to see that on October 3rd or direction to go ahead with the 60,000, understanding that the first segment of that money would be dedicated toward a consultant and a process regarding the possibility of a structure in Keizer Rapids Park? Thoughts? Councilor Reed?
Well, just considering the murkiness of this process, I think it'd probably be a good idea to see exactly what it is that we're applying for, even though it's not, I mean, that's not the normal course of grants. I think because of the muddy waters in this process, I would like to see it on October 3rd.
Okay. Councilor Kohler?
Whatever you guys want, I don't care.
Okay. Council President Starr?
What's the timeline now? Because I thought, I mean, if I looked back on this, this was due to the county. So what's their timeline to get an answer from us?
May 30th was, the previous timeline. They didn't give me a specific. I asked that. They said, well, it was kind of due May 30th, but so as soon as possible is basically what they said.
I think that's what worries me about moving this, moving this down the road. Is it was due May 30th and we're now gonna be 4 months, right? Can I add, May, June, July, August, September, right? If we wait till October 3rd, we're gonna be 4 months after the deadline. And we don't know what deadlines the county has to report back or if they have to report back on their use of the money. So I think in a perfect world, I would prefer to see the updated application. But out of respect for the county's timeline and needing to, move this forward, I would be in favor of the motion that's in the packet to move this project forward, to hire the consultant to do the parks master plan update, amendment, whichever is the correct term I need to use. But that would be mine. And I just want to add, in the future, when we've got something this big, please walk it on and talk about it. I don't care. We can suspend the rules. Walk it on under new business, $825,000 before you go to the county and ask a meeting. Please walk it on. Somebody.
Councilor Duran?
I would be good with going ahead with the proposed motion. I think I know enough about this that unfortunately not everybody does, but that I'm fine with moving ahead and trying to get that money from the county to move this forward, knowing this isn't going to happen quick, but if we can get the money earmarked, we can feel more confident that they can start putting it into the plan.
So my only concern is, again, if it's not the entire 60,000, that there'd be some flexibility, should we ask in the future for using some of these funds for another opportunity, like we did with moving the electrical or something like that. So that's the only thing I would add to that one. Councilor Duran?
I don't know where I read it in here, but I did read it that that there was something said that the county, if we were to make it or change it from this use, it would have to go through the council. And I think as long as that's what's in their wording, then we pretty much have, they want to make sure that we're all in agreement of how it's going to be used, not that it has to be used for this. I can't find it, but I read that. Is that? Oh, in your staff report, okay.
Yeah.
So I remember reading that going, well, there's a little bit of flexibility right there, as long as we can get together and decide where it's going to go.
Right, which is what we did this year. Okay, so yeah, Mr. Brown understands that, and I'm glad you guys were familiar with this project. But I absolutely agree with Council President Starr. This has to go through our process. This has to come to council. It has to be walked on. When we had 3 counselors, that's what it takes to put an agenda item on. And instead it goes to a meeting with the county commissioners. That I am flummoxed. That's not how grants are supposed to work. With that, Council President Starr, would you like to put the motion on the table?
I move that the Keizer City Council approve the Marion County Community Prosperity Initiative grant application for $60,000 to be used towards a Parks Master Plan update/amendment to consider a pavilion at Keizer Rapids Park.
Second.
Getting that page again. It's been moved and seconded that the Keizer City Council approve the Marion County Prosperity Grant Initiative grant application for $60,000 to be used toward a Parks Master Plan amendment to consider a pavilion at Keizer Rapids Park. Point of clarification, we're talking the original, not the one submitted by Councilor Kohler, correct?
Well, I think we're talking about something in the middle of that because obviously the original one wasn't sufficient for him. But I think the detail, we have more detail now what exactly we're going to use it for. We're going to use the $20,000 to $30,000 for the Parks Master Plan amendment consideration. And then, so we have, I think we can submit something that's closer to what they're hoping to see. And, well, still not committing us to a final building inspection.
Okay. Council President Starr?
Because we don't know if the entire public process will even get us to the point of putting it back in. So we can't commit to that until we get through the public process. But the intention is to see if that's still palatable.
Right.
Right, okay, thank you.
And, in what format, what people really want, and working through our Parks Committee, I think is the right way to start. Okay. Anything further? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed signify by saying no. Hearing no objection, motion passes unanimously with 1 absent. That's Councilor Cross. Consent calendar. Would you, Council President Starr, would you please read tonight's huge consent calendar?
Okay, everybody buckle up and settle in. It's going to be a while. Our consent calendar for tonight is item A, approval of the September 3rd, 2024 regular session minutes.
Any need to pull it? Okay, Council President Starr.
I move we adopt the consent calendar as read.
Second.
Consent calendar has been moved and seconded. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed signify by saying no. Hearing no objection, motion passes unanimously, 1 absent, Councilor Cross. Other business, this time is provided to allow the mayor, city council members, or staff an opportunity to bring new or old matters before the council that are not on tonight's agenda. Mr. Brown, do you have anything this evening?
The only thing I was going to mention is what we already did. You and I talked this morning about mentioning the Gold Star Memorial under other business, but we talked about it with Mr. Lawyer earlier this evening.
Mr. Wood, did you have something?
I have nothing, thank you.
Okay. So we do have Councilor Reed.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So we have a situation in the Community Diversity Engagement Committee where our appointee, our youth liaison, our voting youth member appointed by the mayor has disappeared into the adventure of college and is, we can't get a hold of her. And so based on the Council Rules and Procedure, Section 18.4, we need a 2/3 majority to dismiss her from the committee so that we can therefore recruit and appoint somebody else. So did I put a motion on the table then?
We would need to suspend the rules,
Okay.
but I do want to make a clarification. So on the roster on the website, it shows that her term ends at the beginning of 2025. That would give her a 4-year term because she was appointed in December of 21. So her term actually should be concluding in December 31st of 2024. So, and I would like to get confirmation of that. Ms. Bissett, if you could do the research on that. And then what I would like to do is open the process to start taking applications, because this is the appointee that I make, the appointment I make, and start getting students that are interested in serving in this capacity, because one way or another, by the end of this year, that appointment needs to be made. So we can start the process and say, well, you know, she's missed most of them because, yes, she's in college, and I really want to thank her for, and we did thank her for her service on the committee. But if it is 2025, then we will have to terminate and then start the process of appointing her successor. So once we have that information at the October 3rd meeting to go forward with, if we need to go ahead and conclude her term of service or just let it ride out while we go through the appointment process. So we can get recommendations for that. That's all right with council.
I just have a clarification.
Council President Starr?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. You said open up the process to begin accepting applications. I just want to bring forward that we don't do that with this committee. It's a direct appointment, and I would be remiss if I didn't remind council that there was a misconception about submitting letters to serve on that committee, led people to believe that they were applying to be on that committee. So I just want to be crystal clear that it is a direct counselor appointment as the process stands now. And so we are not opening it up for everybody, but this is what you are asking for your appointee.
Correct.
Position.
So this would begin the process of soliciting letters of interest from students who would qualify as by age, and those letters would then come to me for then visiting with them and making a selection for Nevaeh's successor. Thank you for that point of clarification. I appreciate it. And I'm looking at our youth counselor and at Counselor Reed, who, yes, okay, you got this. All right. But getting the dates clarified would be really helpful. So thank you very much. Appreciate that. And then under other business, it was brought up earlier because of a report in the paper regarding the name of the sports fields. We might need a placeholder name for these fields because they have to be called something until we get a permanent name for the sports fields. The Keizer Community Fields is an association, and I don't know if we want to just have a name for those fields other than Keizer Rapids Sports Fields or something to that effect. So if anybody has ideas, get them to,
Okay.
I'm sorry, Council.
I just think we should keep it Keizer Rapids Turf Fields. Keep it simple, don't confuse it.
Yep.
It's 10 to 11.
Okay.
Keep it simple.
All right, keep it simple. Anybody object to just continue to refer to these fields as the Keizer Rapids sports fields or turf fields?
Turf fields.
Turf fields. Councilor Kohler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think that's probably appropriate until we get into some negotiations with someone for naming it for a fee.
Sponsorships are always a good idea, but now is not the time and we aren't in the position to open that. So, okay, we all agreed on how these will be referred to going forward. Thank you very much. Let's go to staff updates. Mr. Brown, anything further?
No, I do not have anything further, Madam Mayor and Council.
Thank you. Mr. Wood?
Nothing, thank you.
Ms. Bissett?
Nothing tonight, Mayor.
Chief?
Just a couple, thank you, Madam Mayor, City Councilors, just a couple events to keep on your calendar. October 2nd, Coffee with a Cop at the Grange. And that's going to be to really, it's going to be 3 to 5 in the afternoon. Really just something to attract maybe some students is kind of the goal there. Y'all are invited as well, though, just in case you want to come. And then October 7th is the next City Council meeting, but we'll also be at the Fire Department, having a booth there and probably canine demo and different stuff from there. So got the invite early on that one. And then just so you guys know, I can't remember if I mentioned it last. I didn't see it in the minutes from last City Council meeting, but we're just in a continual hiring process to backfill positions. So thank you to City Manager and Tim Wood and to the council for making it so we can hire people, giving us money. So big thank you to you guys. We offered 3 jobs in the last couple weeks, 1 to a lateral and 2 to entry level. So hoping they're contingent offers. You have to still go through psych and physical, but we have those scheduled, ready to go. And then we did some more interviews this last week on Wednesday, Thursday. And then we have somewhere between 9 and 12 more people that we need to interview over the next couple weeks. So anyways, just kind of a constant hiring and trying to get folks on. So keeping you updated on that. And last, Jesse White, who you have met, he is really close to being off of his field training, so through the academy, and he's riding with one of his last field training officers, so he's about a month ready to go.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. It's great news. Mr. Lawyer?
Nothing tonight. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you. Mr. Lindsay?
I was able to enjoy my vacation this last week, so thank you for letting me have that and for, not blowing the place up while I was gone. So I came back to like not too many emails, maybe 100 or so. So I'm excited to be back.
Thank you. Yeah, we do try to control the chaos once in a while. All right, let's go to council member reports. Councilor Duran.
Okay. Last weekend, I went to the JFK concert, and that was great. I sat far enough away that I could enjoy it, which has always been my problem. I love that music, but I cannot sit down front. So,
what?
Yeah. And then Wednesday, I went to the memorial at the Keizer Fire Department for the 9/11 with a few other people here, and that was nice to see the people out for that. For Council Cross, I went to the Chamber Board of Directors meeting, and I hadn't done that for a couple months, so that was kind of uneventful, but I was there. Tomorrow, I'm doing a conference in the afternoon for the Oregon Housing Economics Summit, and it's put on by the Realtors Association and the Home Builders Association, and I thought that I might get some good information based on legislative updates and stuff like that, because that's really what they're going to dwell on, and how this is going to change affect some of the smaller communities. So I think I'll get some information that'll be good for us.
Awesome.
And then Thursday, we got the Liberty House Luncheon, and that's the beginning of the fundraising season.
The weekly fundraising tour.
Yeah, so that's what I got going.
All right, thank you very much. Looking forward to hearing back on that conference. Council President Starr.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to take this opportunity to recognize our community. I think it was, which day it was that we had the missing elderly woman and the public alert system that went out. That happened to be in my neighborhood, and the number of people that just voluntarily came out to start looking as a result of that. There was no coordinated search, nothing. People just came. We all went to the same place and just and started looking. So I wanted to recognize our our community for the response to that, and commend the police department for putting that alert out and managing that situation. Also, shout out to, okay, Mr. Lair, people are going to think I like you. Because this is the second meeting in a row that I'm giving kudos to your Public Works team and your staff for responding to the accident today on River Road. So I just want to recognize, probably not in their job description typically, but well done again and your team. So, and I do like you. The CDC meeting was on the 5th. Looking forward to what I expect will be robust conversation at our work session on the 23rd. The neighborhood association meetings have started up in full force this month with the Gubser Neighborhood Association on meeting on the 10th. The library board meeting was on Thursday night, the 12th, and I too attended the 9/11 ceremony, and shout out to the Keizer Fire District for continuing to do that year after year, that recognition. So thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Councilor Kohler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Of course, we talked a little bit about the project at Wallace Park earlier tonight, and again, thank you for Public Works for helping get that all put together. You're right, it is the neighborhood association season. I attended the Southeast Keizer Neighborhood Association. They talked about the turf fields, reviewed the National Night Out and other community events that they've had. They talked about the sign and lights on Alder. They said that that's really made a difference, and they appreciate we have new stripes on the crosswalks and all of that. They said something about a request that they'd made for green paint to cover graffiti, that had happened, a request a couple of times, and they haven't gotten any of that yet. So I'm not sure how we follow up on that.
We'll ask.
You're on it? Good. And then they asked me to follow up on the neighborhood association being able to use a box in City Hall for mail, cubby or something for mail. And they also mentioned that no counselors attended their neighborhood night out party. So I don't know how that'll happen, but none of the city councilors made it to their meeting this year. So anyway, whatever. We'll have to look at that next year. And anyway, we can talk more about a box for them another time, but so it's on your radar. And then went to Keizer United, and we had an interesting presentation from Chariots. And there was some forum going on at that same time, so attendance was a little bit light at Keizer United. Went to the parks tour that same day, which was a lot of fun. I appreciate all the work that goes into that. And then to the West Keizer Neighborhood Association board meeting, which we held at the Grange. So the general meeting is going to be on the 18th, and Chief Blanco is coming for that. They talked about their rack cards, printing of those to get the word out about their neighborhood association. Talked about the Keizer Fire and Public Works Open House and the October 22nd Keizer Times Candidate Forum. They wondered what their participation in that was, and I'm not really sure what that is. So I told them check with the newspaper. And then they ask about can the city cover a certificate or of insurance for neighborhood associations meeting in other places? So, Mr. Wood, this might be a question for you. They would like to meet occasionally at either the school or some other venue, but that would require an additional certificate of insurance for them. I'm wondering if that's something that they can be covered through the city as a neighborhood association.
That's a good question. I'll have to get back to you with an answer on that. We'll have to reach out to our insurance companies to see if it's even an option and what a price would be with that. But we can do that.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. And then along with Mr. Witt, I've been attending the Salem Water Wastewater Task Force. We had spirited discussions on water rates and on sewer rates, and they wanted a 5% minimum increase, and some of them wanted a 6% increase. And we argued pretty firmly. Would that be a good way to put that?
I think that'd be an appropriate way to put it, yes.
Yeah, pretty firmly. We ended up with 4.5% increase from them. And that's all I have for this one.
All right, way to negotiate it down. Good job.
Yes, I do have one thing that I'd like to say, though. This has been a particularly difficult year for a lot of families. There's been deaths of people that we all know. There's been deaths of people that we don't know, but take a minute to the people that you love the most and reach out to them and make sure you tell them that you love them. Take time to do a little extra with somebody and reach out to a friend or to a neighbor. So I've just had a lot of people that I know this year, the last couple of months, pass away, and it's just made me think a lot about what's really most important in life. And it certainly isn't things. And just be sure you reach out to others. That's all.
Thank you for the good word. Councilor Reed.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I attended the West Keizer Neighborhood Association meeting, and our own Bill Lawyer did the presentation for there, and I just was really impressed with how well you had your finger on the pulse of what people cared about. They answered questions. They asked questions. You were so knowledgeable about everything that they wondered about, and so I just really appreciated that community outreach and the public service that you provide. So thank you for doing that. And they are, just going to reiterate that the library needs volunteers. We had a library report there. So go visit the library website if you are interested in doing that. The Greater Northeast Keizer neighborhood meeting, did I miss that? Okay, good, because I was worried. So good. So we will look forward to that in the future. I have both a Public Arts Commission meeting and a Keizer Cultural Center meeting tomorrow, and then Community Action Agency Board meeting on Thursday, and I think everything else has been covered.
All right. Thank you very much. All right. Youth Counselor Lati Farrar.
Well, things have definitely picked up since the start of school. Tomorrow, actually, there is a soccer game at Southridge for the girls soccer team. This week, today and tomorrow, the fall auditions for the McNary's Fall Show Trap, which is a horror show, which is a little bit different than what we've been doing, is going on. So I'm sure by the end of October that show will be on and be running. And the start of prepping for homecoming has begun with the beginning of Spirit Week being talked about and the famous homecoming game Powder Puff with man leading and girls flag football. That's all.
Which is on what date? Powder Puff?
Powder Puff is October 16th at 7 p.m. I will remind you guys when it gets closer.
All right. Sounds fantastic. Date for homecoming? What is the date of homecoming? Let me clarify.
Homecoming is...
Close. Good save.
Thank you.
Homecoming is on October 19th.
Thank you. Okay, October 19th. All right, just a couple of things to wrap up. At least I caught it.
Did, after 11 even.
Yeah, I'll get some props for that. A couple more things going on. I got to do the Gubser Back to School walk on the red carpet for all of the Gubser Gators. That was so much fun. Thank you to Keizer Police and Keizer Fire for also greeting the students as they ride back. I love the different traditions that our schools have, and I think this is the third year I've been invited to be part of that. It was a lot of fun. Met with, let's see, I wasn't able to do that one. The Mid-Willamette Valley Homeless Alliance, we've had the executive committee, and the board meeting is, we've been able to work through a number of issues, especially around expanding number of staff. We've gone from contractors doing a hideously large amount of work to dividing this into large bodies of work for coordinated entry, homeless management information system, so data. We've got a Crackerjack team now who's really working on cleaning up a lot of our the systems and data that we have for better tracking for people experiencing homelessness so they don't fall through the cracks. And really working hard on that. As part of the interview panel for administrative and communications staff, had fantastic applicants, and an offer has been made to the top applicant. And I'm hoping that that moves forward. She is amazing. We're having business openings. I went to the grand opening for Revolution Financial Management on Saturday, and we have 2 ribbon cuttings this week. Friends of Feline for their expansion, and then the Chamber After Hours is going to be doing a ribbon cutting for Mesa del Rincon. So look forward to that as well. We've got coming up, of course, another Trashy Tuesday tomorrow. We have a COG meeting. The Council of Governments Board meeting is tomorrow at noon. The SEDCOR Awards and Annual Meeting is on Wednesday. And a lot of the salad lunches for fundraisers. Yeah, we all have that list. Do want to highlight that we will start our planning meetings for the Miracle of Lights. We have a meeting scheduled for the 30th, and looking forward to getting together with everybody to have this, get ready for the holidays. And yes, it is mid-September. We have to deal with it, folks. Fall is almost here. A lot of the trees are changing, and that means we're starting to plan for the holidays and the Miracle of Lights. So watch for that. And then the Council of Governments Legislative Committee is meeting every first and third Monday mornings at Wednesday mornings at 7 a.m. Zoom. What a concept. So we can also help our 3-county area be ready for the legislative session. There's a lot of people that want to make sure we're ready, and Keizer is showing up at these meetings to make sure our voice is heard. So that is all I have for that. Agenda input, we will meet next Monday night at 6 p.m. for a work session with the Community Diversity Engagement Committee. Looking forward to that. Our next regular council meeting will be at 7 p.m. on October 7th. And then we will have a work session on October 14th at 6 p.m. And I believe that's when we're looking at discussing, looking at the studies that we have regarding urban growth boundary. We have 3 studies we adopted in 1920, 18, 19, and 20, looking at what that means for us going forward and options regarding the urban growth boundary and the lands around Keizer. So that is a topic for the 14th, I believe. Is that correct, Mr. Brown? Okay. All right, anything else for the good of the order? Aside from a pillow. All right, the time is 11:07. We are adjourned.